Are we?
It's
Yes.
Susie's not.
Susie's not going to join us today.
Okay.
So Liza, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Great. Well, welcome everybody. It is 4:01, and I'd like to call the meeting to order. Also, will you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Katie Frisch,
Present.
Susan Roll,
Here.
Jonathan Nickel,
Here.
Dwayne Romero,
Here.
and Susie Zimmett is absent, but with 4 out of 5, you do have quorum.
Great. I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Good.
Okay. Do a quick roll call. Katie Frisch,
Aye.
Susan Roll,
Aye.
Jonathan Nickel,
Aye.
and Dwayne Romero.
Aye. Thanks.
So moved. Thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to start us off and just thanks everybody for being here. And I wanted to just express, sometimes we get bogged down in details and all of the stuff that's going on. And at our last meeting, I feel like we really missed a chance to just acknowledge and express our appreciation for all of the hard work that all of our staff members are doing every day to work towards the best situation for our students that we can create. And so I just want to make sure that we really think about that and we express it and we let everybody know that we know it's stressful and it's challenging and it's exhausting, and that we just really appreciate all of your hard work, and that we all are, working towards the same thing. We care about kids, and that, that sort of should lead all of our actions and thoughts and words going forward. So with that, we can move to our reopening plan, which Dave, I think you've got a PowerPoint ready and maybe some things to introduce that for us.
Great, thank you, Susan. And that's really it. There's just been an incredible amount of hard work going on here in facilities and our paras and our teachers. And at the last board meeting, we were tasked to create an opening plan, and we were for the rest of the school. I mean, we've got a toehold in opening with our elementary, with our AABB day schedules. And so, a fairly diverse group of folks from different levels came together and put together the plan. The plan as such is part of the supporting documentation here. And Eliza, can you pull up the PowerPoint, please?
Chris Stern, can you give me access to share my screen?
Try that, Eliza, and see if you can share now.
If you go into present, I think that'll, over on the right. Just next to the yellow box, would that help? There. Or not.
you all see that?
It hasn't gone into present mode. Is that the box just next to yellow share? Would that help? Did earlier when I was playing with it, but no. Mr. Durham, any recommendations?
Yeah. Hitting present doesn't do anything for you, Eliza? In the upper right, next to share.
Hey, Chris, hey, Eliza, it's Sarah. Yeah, stop sharing and then put it in present mode and then share. I just had this issue.
Nice. Good troubleshooting, Sarah.
There we go. So thank you, Sarah, Eliza, Chris. It definitely takes a team. So we kind of pulled this together. It's received a couple of edits, over the weekend in consultation with Pitkin County Health. So we refined it a little bit more even than the team did. And if we can go to the next slide, Eliza, that would be great. So, it reflects that there's no ideal solution. And I think that's really incredibly important to recognize. There are high levels of anxiety in our community and many, many different viewpoints. I mean, the emails we get, open, don't open, hybrid, no hybrid, that sort of thing is, I think it's fair to say that we have many high levels of anxiety and many, many extremely different viewpoints. We do recognize that remote learning is not ideal and data is conflicting as to the best plan. It depends on how you're really thinking about this. From the pure learning perspective, in person is ideal, but has the highest levels of risk, and remote is truly the safest because there's no contact, right? So like we've said, oftentimes we're in this sort of risk management scenario. And, as we began coming back to campus, we began by layering levels of risk mitigation in there. So we developed a plan to intentionally layer levels of risk, or more accurately, risk management. And so, we're continuing to move slowly in the hopes of moving fast. And I want to say that there are some dates in here, but they are extremely tentative and they're to be thought of as ideal targets. The board at the last meeting said to assume that everything is going well. And so, we're kind of using 2-week windows because that's sort of how we respond to COVID-19 in a 14-day response. So we recognize that there's no ideal solution, and a phased reopening is probably the safest reopening. Next slide, Eliza. Hybrid learning is hard, but it really, really layers the risk, and that's really important, we think, for our staff and for our community. And it's challenging at best to provide high quality instruction in person and remotely simultaneously. What it does do is it reduces the numbers greatly on campus, by a factor of about half. 2-week increments were agreed to, but dates remain extremely flexible, and it depends on the COVID-19 levels in the community and on campus. And those were sort of the two things that we were told to really aim for. So we do have a rough goal date of September 29th. A lot depends on our COVID meter, and we're going to talk a little bit more around that. A phased reopening allows us to plan and prepare for COVID levels to decrease or increase, and we can adapt the plan based on the health of the community and school district. And those are the sort of two pieces that you'll see over and over: what's going on in the community and what's going on in the school district. So, and that's something we're monitoring daily. So next slide, please, Eliza. So the metrics are very, very tricky. and they're constantly shifting and many different ones to consider. We're currently using the Pickens County Health Department's COVID meter, and the rough guide is one COVID meter currently. And we've heard CDPHE will be coming out with their own COVID meter in the next couple of weeks, which, you know, we're going to continue to keep an eye on. If you look at our COVID meter, and there'll be an example of it shortly. If we go into orange, definitely we want to start remote learning resumes for all, and intentionally not using an actual number, because there's like 12 different pieces that go into the COVID meter. So it's kind of a summary score, and you know, it's a bit tricky to kind of figure out where a threshold might be. So those are the metrics, and that was the guidance, well, not the guidance, but kind of a suggestion for us to utilize. So Eliza, next slide, please. So here's our COVID meter. This is where it was this morning. Very briefly, it did dip into blue about 2 weeks ago, into comfortable, which is protect our neighbor. And this is where we want to encourage the community to be relentless in, you know, the 5 C's of containment, and to really strive to help one another, you know, drive this dial back into blue. Right now, we're in cautious for a number of reasons. Where it says concerned is what we think of as orange. And that's where we get really careful. And then, you know, very high risk is the stay at home. And that's, if the needle does move up into there, that's where we drop back into all remote. And so as a school district, as a community, we really want to try to stay out of orange. We want to try to stay out of red and work together. So, and just a quick plug, if everyone could get their flu shot, that would also be extremely helpful this year, because, you know, they're very much worried about a huge flu outbreak as well. So we should all be thinking about getting our flu shots as well. So a shameless plug there. Again, using the colors to guide our decision-making seemed like a solid way to think about this. Blue and yellow continue to slowly expand our on-campus offerings. Orange, hold fast, possibly increase remote learning. Red, definitely pivoting to remote learning. So that's how we're thinking about the COVID meter and that sort of thing. I want to state again that dates are not carved in stone. Their guides are targets. And again, you know, we're using the positive assumption of COVID-19 in the community and district. And the dates can and will be extended if the COVID meter upticks into orange and especially into red. But definitely in orange and red, we're slowing way down, we're stopping, we're looking at more remote offerings, and we'll be working, you know, with the community around trying to, you know, mitigate spread. So that's a huge thing. But again, dates are a start. Flexibility around COVID is imperative. If anybody is watching CDC announcements, they flip-flop, you know, more and faster than a freshly caught brook trout. So they're flip-flopping around all the time. So that's kind of where we are on dates. And again, it's just kind of using the assumption of being in yellow and looking forward that way. Next slide, please. So, you know, we've got a lot of mitigation efforts currently in place for us to add secondary learning. We're looking at 2 bus routes. The elementary school continues to start at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock for secondary, which means they're 2:30 and 3:30 would be their end of day. Cohorts as much as practicable, you know, especially following Colorado Department of Education recommendations. The cohorts are huge and will help with contact tracing. We passed a board resolution not dissimilar to the city of Aspen's around mandatory mask wearing on campus. And, with a few exceptions, it's going really well. We continue to stress hand washing and sanitization, social distancing as much as possible. And, again, following CDE guidance. And, we continue to collaborate with Pitkin County Health, and we are appreciative of their collaboration. The daily evaluation oath for parents and staff is really important. Some of the things under consideration is random testing of students and staff. And part of that is to just continue to make sure that we're vigilant and we're really following our own guidelines. The other thing that we're really trying hard to figure out is COVID-19 testing. But we're not in a position to roll that out or make any decisions right now. And our signage across the district is improved from the, trying to change the bike paths and try to get them out of between the high school and the elementary school, to internally, reminders about, distancing and hand washing and, giving one another space. So that's a lot of our mitigation efforts around spread. So next slide, please. So why a plan? Well, hope is not a plan. And I know we all hope to return to education, but that's not a plan. And so we've developed a plan, and it helps us prepare from a resource and planning perspective. It allows families to begin planning and preparing and coaching their children. And a plan actually allows us to prepare for uncertainty. Our teams are going to keep meeting and reviewing the status of the district and COVID-19. And again, do we go, do we not go? And one of the interesting things, that a plan allows you to do is it allows you to think about where you are in context of the plan. And so some of the things we heard, over the course of this weekend and into today, because, the plan is kind of out there, were lots of strong ideas, but two of them that were particularly sort of resonating and, we have to really think about more is that our cohorts would be pure if we went to a full week for elementary, because right now, many of our students are doing basically external cohorting. So it would make our cohorts pure, and it would help with contact tracing, and it would help us control a number of different variables. And then, some of the early data coming in from the high school is that they might be okay with full remote. I mean, it's not ideal, and we want to get kids back on campus, but our high school teachers and staff are getting better and better at remote learning. I mean, our middle school teachers are too, but I know the high school has at least begun doing some research around how well it's going and how well students are doing. And, I'm not saying that's a plan, but that's not something we had even considered as part of our deliberations until we went out with this plan. And then it came back and I was like, wow, that's really kind of interesting. So that's kind of the thinking behind why we need a plan to move forward. So that's that. Next slide. So to the board and to Eliza, if we could go back to screen sharing, I'd like to try to ask the board if you have questions around this. And also, if there's members of the team who want to take a shot at answering some of those questions, we can do so.
Dave, I have a question. So now that we have opened partially in the elementary school, how are we evaluating how we're doing with that initial plan to say, are we giving ourselves grades and on the different aspects of what we consider to be crucial aspects of the plan?
Well, we're still pretty early in the opening of the elementary school. And so, I know our principals tend to survey. I know Sarah's run a number of surveys and things like that. So, we haven't, I don't think we've surveyed the elementary school yet to see how it's going and how it can be refined.
I am Dave. So tomorrow will be our second week back. So, I mean, obviously beyond the obvious, which is health and wellness of our students and our faculty, which thus far we are in good shape on. That's been the primary source of concern, but we'll definitely be reaching out to the faculty to see how we can fine tune and see what's working extraordinarily well and what needs a little bit more work on our side.
It would be, I think, helpful for everybody to have some kind of maybe dashboard or something that just kind of, checks off, what are maybe some of the key things that are being done and that we're all watching out for to make sure we're keeping everybody safe. So it's kind of how do we have that clarity? And I think, Chris, we'd also discussed this, when we had the visit there, me and Katie, like what are those blocking and tackling key things that we're making sure that we're getting done to make sure everybody feels safe and that the work environment is a safe spot. So how can we give transparency to the staff around that and things along those lines?
Mm-hmm.
So Dave, could you, on the on board docs, we posted a more details on the what the plan is. And for clarity, I'd like you to walk through sort of the high level thinking of if everything goes well, what does it look like? Dates are flexible based on what's happening in our community, but what can parents expect? What is the current plan based on what you've published here in terms of when kids will be going back or what we're aiming for?
Right. And thanks for bringing that up, Katie. Also in the supporting materials is a document instead of a PowerPoint. And the PowerPoint reflects the basic premise of the document. And in the document, we talk about our guiding principles, operational assumptions, and, some mitigation strategies for attempting a successful reopening. And then there's also about 13 questions, frequently asked questions that have sort of come through the committee, that have come through, the numerous emails and letters that we've received. I do want to stress that, there is a partnership between the school district and, the public and public health that we have to continue to try to keep trend lines, at least in the yellow and ideally moving towards blue. It does talk a little bit, if COVID numbers rise, what might happen, including slowing down opening, which would be, by slowing down, I mean delaying the next tier. It does talk a little bit about quarantining cohorts. And, the possibility exists of even closing schools if, there's an outbreak, a substantial outbreak on campus. So it does talk about that as well. It talks about how parents and community can help schools and keep them open, and same with students. It talks about, some changes on campus. It talks about what would happen if someone becomes symptomatic while at school. And we're fortunate that in the Aspen School District, we have a small and dedicated, phenomenal medical team who will isolate the student and, contact the family and contact public health and work around that. I do want to say, and it has happened around the country, that if we aren't vigilant, that if we aren't careful, that if we aren't really working together, the schools can be closed because of outbreak. I also want to say that, to any family that wants to pursue an online option, We are working with Colorado Distance Learning and some of our staff who for their own medical reasons, can't quite come back to provide online learning at no cost to the family. So I do want to stress that. I've heard we haven't advertised that well enough, so I do want to stress we do have an online learning option for families if they're so inclined. And then, you know, question number 9, if, and this is the big assumption, if everything stays really good or even better than it is, you know, conceptually, we could be opening, you know, the middle school September 29th, conceptually, the high school October 12th, conceptually, the elementary could return to full class size. Conceptually, you know, by October 26th, we could have people back on campus in mass. Conceptually, a lot depends on what happens with COVID on our campus, and a lot depends on what happens with COVID in our community. And again, stressing, you know, we were told to stress or assume an ideal scenario, and this would be the ideal scenario, is that, you know, our COVID numbers on the COVID meter don't cumulatively get worse and we move into orange. Does that answer your question, Katie?
Well, I think maybe, you know, given that we kind of asked for a detailed plan, I think it would be helpful to speak to that in a little more detail, which is, given all the assumptions that we're at where we are, we're getting better, you know, we're in the, I always want to call it green, the blue or the yellow area. And we are, I'd like a little more, I guess, meat behind the, how are we working to make this happen for these dates? September 29th for the middle school hybrid, talk to the cohorts, what is the current plan, you know, assuming that all goes well and we can get everything done.
And I feel like I have kind of a related question, I guess, because I think that there's lots of, just in the feedback that we've gotten just in the last few days, there are ideas, concerns, things are flowing back and forth, lots of information. And I just wondered about a process for, and maybe you've followed this with the elementary school folks, but for how you would have teachers address various things that they're asking about. So if they want to know, you know, how would they get a plan for where their students would go to the bathroom, or just all of those specifics, how do those get moved around throughout all of the teachers so that everybody's sort of on that same page and hearing all the same ideas? And can you just kind of go through that process a bit?
I can a bit. Parts of the reopening plan are at the building level, right? So I know at the high school, you know, their staff and students have assigned bathrooms. I know at the middle school, bathrooms have been adapted so that, you know, every other sink is closed off. The hybrid model means alphabetically, half the students will come in on one week, the other half the next week. So instead of like at the elementary school, an A, B, B schedule, it would be A week, B week at the middle and high school. And that helps place meal orders, and then those will turn up in the classroom, that sort of thing. In grades 5 and 6, it will more resemble the cohorts at the elementary school, And then in grades 7 and 8, there is more movement through the school. But again, the A week, the B week allows for better contact tracing and makes for half the number of students in the school,
So
approximately.
just to be clear, what is the plan for cohort A and cohort B? Who's in what cohort in the middle school and high school? What can people expect regarding that?
A through M is cohort A, N through Z is cohort B, or A week, B week, middle school, high school. Again, trying to keep families together and that sort of thing. And again, there'll be 2 bus runs, which we've avoided in the past, but we just can't get all the kids onto the bus at the same time. So this allows us to actually, this is something that everyone was talking about or starting to talk about pre-COVID, was maybe flipping the middle school and the high school age students to a later start time. The AMA was recommending that pre-COVID, then they got busy.
So the buses, the current plan is, what will the buses be divided where for grade levels? Just to be clear.
K through 4 will get off the bus at 8 o'clock at the elementary school. The bus swings through the bus garage, is fumigated quickly, and then rolls out to pick up our second tier or second run of students.
5th through 12th.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure everybody understood that.
Yeah. And you know, we know it costs more money, but COVID costs more money. And no matter what we do, the sanitization stations, those cost more money. The reducing the number of bathrooms and toilets available and sinks, you know, all of that adds up. You know, our facilities crew have really changed their game and changed their structure, and they're really working hard. And you know, we're not perfect yet, but we're really working on being far more responsive and far more proactive around cleaning, sanitization, regular routines, and you know, that sort of thing.
So one more question, just to make sure that this is clear, because I feel like it might need to be, I'm not sure everyone's reading documents while we're here. So currently the plan is written, has middle school starting on the 29th. And, you know, assuming the supposition that everything's going well, and that's supposition for everything I'm about to say. Cohort A will go the first week, cohort B will go the second week. What do you do when you're not going to school? How is that working?
Well, I could, you know, let Sarah talk to that, because she's been planning for this quite a bit. But at the 50,000 foot view, the learning's continuing, the learning's advancing. Sarah, could you talk a little bit around your thoughts on this?
Sure. Again, not ideal. I think, you know, Dave articulated that obviously what we all would love is for COVID to go away, we're back in person. But since that's not happening, if we're in a hybrid model, the cohort that is at home would be Zooming into the classroom. That would also go for, certainly at the secondary level, any student, any family who's not feeling comfortable bringing their kid into school, they would have that option. My teachers would do their very best, but you know, for those of you that have tried to have an in-person and a Zoom meeting all at one time, you know that it's really, really tricky. So I think teachers would then have to figure out what works for their particular content area. In a perfect world, they'd be teaching to the kids in front of them. There'd be kids Zooming in. We'd have the technology to support so that they could hear and see the classroom. And then if kids were doing group work, because we can't have kids, you know, collaborating in tight-knit groups in a classroom, they could then be having a student in class, Zooming with somebody at home to do some problem solving. Maybe they're working on an equation. Maybe they're doing peer editing. Not perfect. Some teachers might do their direct instruction all on Zoom, even for the kids in front of them, simply because it'd be more effective to make sure that everyone's seeing the exact same things. Again, it's really going to depend on what they're doing. But the kids at home will be moving through the curriculum. Nothing will be re-taught. So you're just moving through the curriculum, and you get to have the week where you're in school, and then you get to have the week where you're home. So does that make sense?
Thank you, sir. So then, Dave, do you want to walk through just we talked about the middle school, just kind of in a little more detail? I mean, I know it's unknown, but a little more detail. The rest of the draft of what we're trying to accomplish, to what we're planning for, in terms of middle school starting, wait 2 weeks, high school starting, wait 2 weeks. If you could just maybe flush that out a little bit in a little more detail, I think it would be helpful.
Well, we continue to monitor on a daily basis the COVID meter, the COVID data for Pickens County and even for our valley, and also on campus, right? So if something happens on campus, we're responding in real time, right? And if COVID symptoms manifest themselves, the student or staff member is isolated, and we have a quarantine room set up, and we respond appropriately there. Educationally, what's happening is that, like the high school, the middle school is doing the same thing. Real-time instruction. Some folks are Zooming in. Some folks are, maybe the whole class is on Zoom, and it depends also on the teacher. So, I know are often occurring online because of the concern around spread. And that's a real tricky one, but we don't need to stop on one class. But the idea is to expand the number of students on campus and working out the bugs. Our team would continue to meet and evaluate. And if we need to push back because of problems or implementations, or, say we have a teacher shortage or a bus driver shortage, then we have to adapt to that. There's a shortage of substitutes. Again, we've done 2 calls. A third one is going out this week, and we're trying to make it even clearer that we have tiers of substitutes, and a tier 1 substitute is you got to get fingerprinted, and then we can move forward. So it's not very complicated. And in fact, we're even trying to look in. We had a robust discussion today with Theron and Dr. Mader about the possibility of even using people who haven't quite graduated from college. And apparently Colorado is saying that, you don't have to have a college degree this year because of COVID. So, we're looking into that. We're exploring that, and that's one of our challenges. So that's part of the flexibility. We are spread thin, and we are optimistic, and this is a best case scenario. So we're going to have to adapt if we run into these blocks or hurdles. So the goal is, like we said, to continue to expand our offerings, to continue to monitor it closely, and to continue to provide instruction both in person and remotely. So that's the goal. And within that, there's some flexibility. There's a lot of flexibility. And the answer is the one that I hate the most is it depends. And so it depends on, COVID-19. It depends on, our staffing capability. It depends on a number of different factors. And so, our goal is to get people to campus because we believe that's best for their learning and instruction.
So I have just a comment and then a question. What I see these time periods between opening, goals, the time can be spent and should, I think, is built into the plan to be spent helping teachers figure out what they need to feel comfortable and safe. And so acknowledging that, particularly if you're already teaching online, to have to work on figuring out how it's going to look in person is challenging and time consuming. But that's what we want to have is a time for staff to be able to say, okay, this is what I'm going to need to be able to feel comfortable and to be able to start on this goal date. And so I just want to make sure that everyone realizes that that's what we would like, you know, for them to be able to do. And then I guess this is a further, I don't know how feasible this is right away, but I know that parents are interested in maybe just a short bit about knowing whether their kids are, what the academic expectations would be for, you know, the year, the month, the, you know, week or whatnot, and being able to sort of see if their kids are meeting those and maybe helping them along to meet those. So I just wonder if there's kind of in the back of everyone's mind, if we could come up with some small little things to speak to that so that parents can help us along as well.
Sure. I mean, just, and I'm going to ask Mr. Bastian and to step in here because we've been having a conversation or two around this specifically. But, you know, our goal is to get open and to make sure we can do it safely. And then, you know, I know Chris has been lengthening the school day, and, you know, he's got what's called an MTSS coordinator, a multi-tiered systems of support. And she's been doing a lot of good work. And, you know, our expectation is that we're going to meet the kids where they are. We are running some internal testing, and, you know, we're trying to establish a baseline. And then our goal is to start, you know, this is at the 50,000 foot view, is to then start taking our kiddos pre-K through 12 forward. And, you know, you ask for an ideal scenario. The ideal scenario is, you know, at least a year's growth from where we are this fall to, you know, the end of the year. So I'd like to ask Chris and, you know, maybe Sarah and, you know, Liz, if she's on here, and I can only see about 6 of you at once. So if I could ask the principals to talk a little bit about this, because I know you've been having conversations with your leadership teams, and so I'll stop talking. Chris.
Yes, Dave. I'm happy to chime in here. So there's a lot of things happening. We've spent a lot of time planning the details of getting the elementary school open in a cohort model. And as I've shared with many of you, the details are what engender confidence in the teachers, in the kids, and in the families. So it's those attentions to cleaning and to protocols and to doing everything we know how to do to stay self-contained, so that if there is an infection, then we feel pretty confident that we've got it obviously contained to one group of students. So, you know, my biggest fear, I think, over the summertime revolved around not being able to have our teachers have relationships with our young students. I'm sure everybody here in the district felt that way, but I thought it was particularly important for young students and to have a relationship, to get to know their teacher. You know, my worst fears were, you know, welcome to kindergarten, and here's the principal dropping a Chromebook in the trunk of your car with a mask on. Now, if conditions were such, we would have done that, but fortunately they weren't. So, you know, we've got like a lot of things on our plate, and it's all happening very fast. First and foremost, social emotional well-being of our kids and our teaching staff and our families. We hadn't seen many of our kids since March 13th. So it was about building that relationship and kind of doing a quick social emotional temperature check to see how the kids were doing. On the other side of the equation, while we spent a lot of time building relationships and classroom communities, which are the bedrock of teaching in elementary school, really for the whole year, we spent a lot of time doing that. We also have a considerable amount of concern about regression and collecting data on our kids because, you know, some kids did okay, some students flourished, and a lot struggled in the home environment in elementary school in the springtime. So we've got an all hands on deck approach to collecting reading and math data, very thorough data pieces, both with DIVLs and as well as with STAR. And there are other tests, assessment tests that we're rolling out to the kids so we can get a really solid handle on what regression looks like. Where our greatest area of need is heading into, heading into the month of October, we'll have the data collected soon and disaggregated, and we're going to learn a lot about that. That's going to inform our teaching a great deal. Also, our MTSS team has a group of students that they were working with in the springtime, some of whom were on the cusp of graduating out of the MTSS, while others are going to need a considerable amount of help heading into the fall as that. So we're looking at those kids, how to provide those services safely and quickly to them. Our special educators have an enormous caseload dating back again to COVID in the springtime and trying to make sure all of our evaluations and all of our meetings are taking place and that we're fully compliant with the law. And so we've got this model now where, you know, we've got the time with the kids face-to-face for 2 days. We're providing them some specials, world language, the arts, etc. And then also trying to juggle how we can make that work at home for parents of young kids who have very different needs. You know, I heard quite a bit in the springtime of families who just simply were fed up with technology. And we're really looking for asynchronous opportunities for their kids to show what they work. So that piece has been a balancing act about keeping the kids that are at home connected to their teacher and connected to their other students, while also giving them age-appropriate work to share what they know and to practice some of the lessons that they learned the first 2 days in school. So that's a mouthful, but there's a lot going on. It's social emotional, it's academic, it's MTSS, it's special ed, it's gifted and talented, it's grade level instruction, it's classroom community. I mean, this teaching staff here is just simply amazing how they're able to juggle so many balls and keep their eyes on so many important targets and keep the kids moving forward.
Would Liz?
Yeah, thanks,
Oh, sorry, Dwayne.
Hey, Susan, I want to also pitch in a few clarifying questions here, if I may.
Yep.
Thank you. So Dave, appreciate it. Obviously got the read ahead and have been obviously talking with administration, a bunch of teachers, a bunch of parents, a bunch of children. I've got children in high school. We'll talk with a few members of the Student Senate and a couple of their leadership individuals. And so we kind of, trying to stay abreast of this as well as a family unit, but also as a board member. So I have a few questions that are clarifying questions down in the details here. I hope that they're fairly objective, kind of yes, no, 22, 64, very, very clean and quick. I hope that we can kind of process through this, just a few questions on a couple of elements of the plan. And I'm going to reserve my broader opinion comments until we have a little bit of a public comment that I think that Susan's obviously going to help to administer here. Is that okay, David?
Sure.
Okay, so first topic for me is the online platform. Specifically, the platform that we know, frankly, some kids and families are going to need to be into for some period of time for pre-existing conditions. And obviously, some of our teachers will have the same set of prerequisites. So question number one, do we have a number of kids, head count, approximately across the school buildings of how many kids will be participating at that level? Just, do we?
So
Oh, Dwayne, I have 12 families right now taking advantage of the online platform.
Thank you. That makes sense. Chris obviously is first out of the block with, out of the blocks with his team. So that makes a ton of sense. Thank you. The other schools, any feedback so far?
so
Dwayne, I just have a handful, but I haven't formally had anyone commit to one or the other
Okay.
yet.
Okay. And middle school, Darren and or Dave, comment there?
Liz is on here and Jason.
Liz? Jason?
Yeah, I would say it's similar to what Sarah was saying. We definitely have a handful of families that.
Okay. Okay. So then parallel, teachers, do we have a list of, obviously I'm sure there are several teachers with pre-existing conditions. They have to confidentially share that with their leadership and their chain of command. Do we have an estimate? And if you're not comfortable giving me a number, just nod whether or not you have an estimate.
We do.
Okay. Okay. And so are we, in that respect, do we publish some prerequisite criteria, thresholds to participate as an online instructor? I mean, I would assume they're internally consistent with what we're seeing from the health agencies that we're abiding by. Some of these comorbidity things, some of these pre-existing conditions, higher risk factors, et cetera, et cetera. Do we apply those objective standards?
We do apply objective standards for our staff.
Is everyone comfortable? Sarah, is that tracking, and Liz, that's tracking for you as well? I mean, I don't mean to kind of bog this conversation down, but I think it's a wildly important platform for the community to understand that the district, in addition to trying to safely and quickly move children back to the in-class model, as like I said, as quickly and safely as we can, but they also need to understand that we've invested time, energy, and a lot of thought into the online platform that has to run out. I mean, in my view, I see a little fuzziness there. I don't fully understand if my child or children had pre-existing, they could not engage at all. Who would they be receiving that instruction from? You don't have to answer it right now, but that's the kind of the detailed questions, and in what frequency, and how would that play? And Sarah answered some of that with the high school kind of, oh, guess what? Everyone's going to be receiving that body of instruction, whether they're in the classroom or on a computer back at home, which is, at least the community needs to know and understand that we've thought that through. Good. Then my second topic, again, hopefully very objective, very quick, rapid fire. The request for increased staffing. I think it's important for the community to understand that we have a good deal of money that has been successfully secured by the district through work of Linda and the state and Dave. We got a big chunk of money to help fund extraordinary resources, extraordinary efforts that we have to go through in order to kind of get ourselves as close back to the classroom as possible. Dave, do you fundamentally agree with that definition?
More or less.
Okay, so give me the less. Why the less? Tell me the reasons for the less.
So some of that money was used, the date for the expenditure of the money was around March 13th last year.
Yes, sir.
So the expenses that the district has encountered around COVID have been, that money's been applied to that. I do want to recognize Linda Warho, who is working tirelessly, to support us financially and continues to kind of do the walnut game, if you will, to make sure that we are able to meet some of these challenges, right? Like the transportation, that's a big nut to crack, but it's one we just got to crack, right? And, it's, the governor passed that money right through to us right out of the gates, which was fantastic. Many governors didn't do that. So that's been hugely helpful, especially since the state's revenues have dropped so precipitously. We lost, I think, Linda, you can chime in too on the details, but it's roughly, we lost 500,000 in funding. We got almost 900,000 from the feds. So we're up 400 grand in the overall scheme of things this year, right? So yeah, we got some money, but we didn't get all that much money because we lost some here, we got some here.
No, that's-
Linda's very good at spending it on COVID response. And, you know, candidly, we have to also upgrade some of our facilities expenditures as well as part of a response. So I hope that
Okay.
was brief
No,
enough.
that's helpful. That describes the less, and that's wildly important, I think, for the community to hear that here in this meeting today. That's great. I think it's also wildly important, and I'm sure that my fellow board members would agree with this next statement, that to the extent that the board and the community needs to fund some additional resources in order to support our operating and our go to back to school plan at any particular level, you know, strategic and or tactical, just any particular level, that the board is going to be very, very supportive. And I think the community is going to be very, very supportive to ensure that dollars are not the reason that we are not able to successfully get our kids back into the classroom sometime over the next coming weeks, months. Dollars should not be the holdup. And, you know, there's a whole reason why we set aside reserve funds. There's a very short list of reasons, and this is probably one of those reasons. It's an amazing international emergency, and it's very, very urgent for our community. So I think we're all there. So I want to make sure that the community hears that and finds some level of resolve and some level of comfort that that's not going to be the holdup. So most notably, I want the teachers to understand that that's not a reason that we're going to hide behind. It's just not. It also plays very well into the language and the conversations that obviously have to occur in the community about how we invest in our future. You know, there is a bond election out there in front of us, and I know that a lot of eyes might be rolling right now, but the primary motivation, the primary reason to go for that the extension of bond money is to help attract and retain quality talent. And the key words are attract and retain. There's a lot of folks on this call that I'm sure that would love to be able to find, you know, reasonable and long-term housing in the district, in the community, et cetera. So that's all part and parcel to how much the community supports this. This is not, you know, some sort of forced road march. I know it may feel that way, but it's not. And then my last bucket of just quick clarifying questions is back to Chris. And Chris, I really appreciate the leadership you guys have exercised. You've kind of given us some data and some additional evidence together with the community school and other, you know, actions here in the Valley. So question, Chris, how much resource and time and energy have you been spending to bring those cohorts back into under one roof? You know as well as I do, that was an essential kind of phase 2 of the startup plan. We had to know and understand how we get back so that it doesn't become a roadblock for the other middle school and the high schools to open up. How's that working for you?
Yeah, I mean, we spend a ton of time thinking and planning, and really have been since July on having expanded across the campus, how to safely reverse that and what that looks like here in the building. So we're well aware of the resources that we're using, and we're comfortable with the path we went down because thought it was the safest and the smartest route to go, given what we knew about the facility at the time that we made the commitment. So no, we spend a lot of time. It's not a resource or a plan issue about returning to bring all our students back. That part of it is, I think, is taken care of. It'll just be when the next steps are appropriate, we'll be ready to take them.
Could that mean in so many words that there's some facilities improvements, some HVAC stuff, some envelope, what we call in the industry, kind of some envelope issues around the building? Is that what you're also referring to?
Absolutely, Dwayne. Yeah. So we're looking forward to some of the enhancements to the HVAC system and hoping that's done in a timely fashion, which again, just to continue to engender confidence with us.
No. So that might be an area where the board and other members of the community can help to continue to marshal some, energy and some resources to help that. I mean, I don't think anyone's trying to, like I said, it's not a forced road march, the baton death march. This is, really aggressive planning with some, like Dave said, some high level goals that have to have somewhat of quote unquote stake in the ground, some date certain, but appreciate you, Chris, and the rest of your team. You're on the tip of the spear right now, and it's very helpful, and it's leadership in the community. I'm sure sees and respects that, but it also serves for the next phase to continue. And I think that's where we all are at. Okay, so again, I apologize, Susan. That was my clarifying questions. I have a few thoughts, but I really am interested to hear some other
Can
comments.
I follow up on a couple of those? I raised a couple of questions for me too, Dwayne. Thank you. Chris, just kind of back to you is on this sort of plan of everything goes well, there's an October 12th date of elementary school returning to full-time, no cohorts. Could you maybe like walk us through what you need? Where do you need help? Where do you need support? What kinds of things need to happen? And what are your thoughts about that timeline in the absence of the trying to do something every 2 weeks concept? I'm just, wondering what it takes to get there and what kind of support and help you need in order to make that happen.
Katie, first, I appreciate the question and the offer. I think from a resource standpoint, I think we're in good shape. I mean, it's really logistically, we did all our heavy lifting in July and August about how to make this work, and we know what needs to be done in order to welcome all of our kids back onto the campus. A lot of it's just reversing what we did and staying committed to and emphasizing and practicing the details, the important details that engender the confidence of the teachers and the kids and the families. So like I said, as of tomorrow, we'll have been in 2 weeks. So far, so good. We're very pleased with how things are going, but it's not a resource issue. It's when we get the call that it's safe to have all of our kids back in this building, then we'll execute the next step of our plan.
One more follow-up on Dwayne's questions, which is to Dave/Linda. I'm not sure if she's on the call or not. You talked about the not being a money. I think it would be helpful for the community to understand what we have done in terms of spending. We have this money, but what have we done with it? What have we spent money on? Where have we put resources to? Maybe talk a little bit about the HVAC system that we're working on, and just so people understand what kind of improvements are happening or changes are happening in order to make this all happen.
Yeah, do you mind if can you all hear me okay? On here, this is Linda. I am on the call. There's so many on here, it's hard to see. But yeah, let me take that if you don't mind, Dave, that question. What we did initially do with the money, about 500,000 of it was spent on last year for, I don't know if you remember, we had bus drivers in here helping clean up facilities items, and totally out of their realm, but using people and other methods that they weren't really comfortable with. And, so everybody stepped up to the plate and tried to do some extra duty pay on items like that. We also paid for subs to keep them on the payroll during the time of the shutdown, so we didn't have to not pay people for that. We also, we paid a lot. We could charge some to that funding for custodial staff to come in and do some cleaning of the classroom. So that's how we spent some of that funding that we had. But then again, know that relieved some funding into next year. And then this year, we're going to spend around $350,000 on an HVAC system to help It's the bipolar system that will be helping with the air quality control. And then also a lot of, there's extra duty pay stipends for people for the additional meetings that they'll be attending. So this money is being spent in various directions, probably the majority of it towards salaries.
And if I may, in addition to the salaries, we've invested a lot in masks, face shields, hand sanitizers, markings, the decals like you see in any store. When you walk around the middle school, you walk around the elementary school, those are all been marked out. And I know, Jorge is in conversation with Sarah and Becky around, he's got piles of these things all over his floor in his office. He's just waiting for that to be marked out for the high school. So we've spent a lot of time around that. We're working on another mask order that has adjustable two-layer masks for our kids to make sure that they have, and staff, comfortable cloth masks that are washable and reusable. But we had over, I think we ordered 12,000 masks of the medical kind straight out of the gate. So, we've been investing in this almost since like July 1st when I got here. Linda and Jorge, who were, here, Jorge was here 2 weeks before me and was already starting on this stuff. Linda was tapping it along. And so, that sort of thing. We are investing in training also for our facilities departments to more professionalize and ramp up their knowledge base as well. And Elise has been working closely with Jorge around just what cleaners to use and that sort of thing. So, that's all part and parcel of some of our preliminary steps to make sure that staff and students are safe.
And one more item, as Dave goes through this, I keep thinking of all this additional stuff, the IT side of stuff, just to make sure people can get on the internet and that the staff can work remotely, and computers, and IT has just been working feverishly to do this, and we've been able to search for funding sources for some of these pieces that we need to pull together and turn this around.
Any other board member questions?
I wanted to go back maybe to one you had, Susan, about process. As I've been talking to teachers, there still seems to be not a lot of clarity around, like, I was talking to a teacher today and they were like, well, if I need to get a plexiglass shield to separate me from myself and my students, when is that going to happen? How's that going to happen? So I think there's some uncertainty around that. I don't know if you could walk through just so people have clarity around that process, Dave, or is it building by building? How could we?
Jonathan, sure, I'm happy to take a run at that. Any accommodations we've run through HR, and Talita Garcia is backfilling for Molly Owen, who left a while back, Owens, and any accommodations should be flowing through there. I know we have plexiglass on campus, and we've made a number of shields and distributed a number of shields, and can continue to do that, right? So, any request for accommodation should just go to T. Garcia, and she can respond, and we can try to make that happen. So we're trying to run it through a central point, just because, our principals and assistant principals are really working hard. They're working hard, and if we can help them with that, we want to do that.
And then maybe also, it also seemed there was confusion about, and maybe this is Chris, as we go, and I guess it has the same applicability as the middle school opens, just like teachers have concerns around what my classroom is going to look like. If I need to change the layout of my desk and stuff, is that then directly through the building principals and things along those lines, or just kind of getting that squared away?
So you're asking about like how the classroom is laid out?
Yeah, so like how people are going about that and then determining that. It just seems like I'm just trying to figure out, because when I went to visit the elementary school, there were questions, and they've been going around in the email as well, and so that's no surprise there. It's kind of, there's the uncertainty about these things, so it's just make sure there's clarity around the process of who everybody should be going to get this answered. Kind of as opposed to these big chain emails that we're seeing. How do we get that specific request on a list somewhere and a resolution to it and or an answer? That's kind of the underlying process I was trying to get to.
Well, we haven't articulated it, but I would assume that we'd start locally and then go up from there. So a teacher could start with a principal or assistant principal, and then they can route it to facilities, to me, to Theron, to Adric, depending on the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a principal could route a request for a plexiglass shield, to Toledo. A staff member can go straight to Toledo as well for that. So, but a principal can also route it to Toledo and to Jorge, that sort of thing.
Okay, and then maybe some other.
I think that's an outstanding point you make, and that was how we handled it the first time through for our cohort planning. Was I was involved with the teachers to kind of walk through spaces and look at things didn't look like they were going to work very well, and then making sure that we could get those changes made so the classroom teacher would be more comfortable. And a lot more of those requests are going to reveal themselves to us as we migrate back into this building at the appropriate time as well. But both Sarah Lowe and myself will be heavily involved in making sure the spaces are suitable and comfortable for our teachers.
Okay. And then I had a question about in the middle school, Dave, the cohort size, in terms of what's that going to look like? At the elementary school, it seems like we've been able to get down to very good small cohorts. Is it going to be, or I want to call them, I guess it's cohorts or pods or whatever the right number or the right nomenclature is for that. So then if we do get a case, or we're talking about isolating a group of, 18 to 20 kids in the elementary school, in the middle school, are we able to do it at the individual classroom as well?
So, and I'll let Liz or Jason speak to that, but in grades 5 and 6, it'll be smaller, tighter cohorts, more similar to grades 3 and 4 at the elementary school, maybe a hair larger. But then when you get into grades 7 and 8, it starts getting more complicated, I guess would be the way to say it. And you could conceivably, because of the A week and the B week, it's still smaller than if we were doing A day, B day, A day, B day, because they go back 48 hours from the time they identify the youngster or staff member with COVID. So they go back 48 hours. So there's a lot of opportunity for an infected youngster or anybody, an infected person, to cross trails with more people. And in grade 7 and 8, there's more like the high school where there's more moving around. Liz, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I would just say, I think that's one of the many really complicated features of the hybrid model. Going from the furniture, do we have enough desks? Do we have enough ways to socially distance kids in the classroom to what are the cohorts? But we're going to be splitting the kids based on the last name in alphabetical order, and the class sizes will be half of what they normally are. And the teachers that have larger classes, such as the world language teachers, our idea is that they'll continue to be teaching remotely while the students are in their cohort. They will have their world language classes will be delivered while they're at school, but they'll be remote. So there's some cohorts that we just can't, we don't have enough staff to take it down to the reasonable number, 12 to 15. So we'll have to continue some of our classes remote. PE, world language, some of our exploration classes.
Okay. All right.
I have one question that just at some point, right now the schedule in high school is Monday has the 30-minute classes, and in the middle school, Wednesday has shorter periods as well. Is the plan for these A weeks and B weeks 5 days a week? Is it the same for the middle school and the high school? That I don't think that's really been articulated.
I can speak to that, Katie. Yeah, the high school originally had the Monday as its remote day. But if the middle school and elementary are going to continue with Wednesday as a remote day, then the high school is going to move to that, because we have too many teachers with young kids, and that would create a problem. So they would be, if it's cohort A, my assumption is that Liz and I would get on the same page, because we want to make sure siblings are together. We'd also collaborate with Chris and make sure for those kids, even if we're doing an alpha split, we might be able to shift some kids around, because we certainly would like to keep the cohorts in terms of family. So if high school students have siblings in the elementary and they're not cohorted by alpha, we would just kind of look at those lists. But it's 4 days a week, the way I'm understanding both the middle school, and ours is 4 days a week in person. And then you'd have that Wednesday would be the remote day, because it's so fast and we can't have kids having that much movement in the school. So that would mean going to 8 different classes, and we can't have them doing that, just for a safety, I guess, stance. So 4 days. And like I said, we'd move our that short day to Wednesday so that all staff have their kids remote on the same days. So. And I'd also like to say, I just did want to say, as we're thinking about that, we do need, the one thing that we would need, and I don't know in terms of resources, but everyone's saying it in the chat, is that we would need subs, because in the case that a teacher were impacted, whether a teacher was sick or a student was sick, at the high school over the course of 2 class days, or 2 days of class, that could potentially mean that 8 people are quarantined for 2 weeks. So when we think about those logistics, I know that came up for my staff, that they can be at home and Zoom in while they're quarantined, but then who's actually going to go to all those classes and make sure the kids are safe and adhering to the rules. So I would say that's my big request is we do have a sub shortage. And then in the case that somebody gets sick, when we think about content, I know Megan Noonan has brought up, and I'm not going to be able to help in math, HL2. So thinking about highly qualified subs, that if someone does get sick, we can make sure that we're not missing a beat academically. So.
One more question about the schedule with the 4 days a week. Could you please explain to the parents why we wouldn't go back to a 5-day-a-week schedule, why we need a 4-day-a-week schedule in the middle school and the high school?
Sure. Right now, we've actually changed our schedule completely to minimize movement. So whereas we did have kids rolling through 6 or 7 classes, that's too much movement. That's too much kids going from class to class to class. So we went down to the alternating blocks. Pedagogically, having Monday be remote actually makes more sense in my mind from an instructional standpoint, because it's a day to check in and set everyone up for success for the week. However, they can still do a check-in on Wednesday. So the idea would be, because it's blocks and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we have some kids that have 8, and then we have crew, it makes sense to do it 4 days. So now teachers are just going to have to pivot again. They love it when I tell them to do this. And on Wednesday, that means they'll have a chance to teach everyone for Monday and Tuesday. And then they'll be able to check in with everyone on Wednesday. Who's struggling, who still needs help, who hasn't turned in something. So they'll just have to kind of shift their thinking there. But that's why it's the 4 days. So then that way, we're only seeing half the school at a time in terms of any contact tracing. And then Jorge and his staff will have time to get the building clean over the weekend.
Sarah, how then will the current schedule has a 2-hour break in the middle of the day? Is that going to be eliminated, and are we going back to the our usual length of school day? What's the plan related to this?
Yeah, here, I'll share my screen, Katie, and then you can see it. I'm gonna make sure it's the right one.
And then the same question for the middle school related to office hours at 2:30 to 3:30 period that might go bye-bye.
So here's the kind of revised one. And again, there's some tweaks that we need to make. We have shared staff between the high school and the middle school. So I think that 6th period would probably change until after lunch. So we'd have kind of crew here, but these are 85-minute blocks. There's a 45-minute lunch. Dave explained that we would need to start at 9 a.m. because the elementary school starts at 8, and that gives them time to clean the buses. So those would be office hours. And those could be virtual. And then for students who have, if it's their cohort week, if they wanted to take RAFTA, walk, ride the bus, walk, ride their bikes, maybe get a parent to take them in, they could meet with teachers for extra remediation. And then you'll see on Wednesday, it's those really quick classes. And then we would go back to that early release model so that we'd have that opportunity to do district-wide PD. Dave has mentioned a couple really great things about how we can get all the staff together, talking about how to teach online effectively. So it's basically 85 minutes per class. So you get 200 minutes per week of instruction, plus crew and office hours. So again, last year in a normal year, we were getting 240. So it's 40 minutes fewer per class, but you have these office hours to make up for that if you need extra help. And also our teachers have been working really, really diligently to really think about using their time wisely and focusing on what's essential. So that's the schedule that we are tentatively proposing. It does go till 3:30, and again, that's accommodating, the later bus times. And then a couple other things, Katie, when we had the list of all the things kind of to keep us safe, if people were interested, they're in their cohorts, everything's getting cleaned, the bus stop, the quarantine rooms, we still have to figure that out. Masks are mandatory. I think staff would like to have that kind of confirmation that we're holding kids accountable. Kids don't get to come in and say, I don't feel like wearing my mask. Then you can learn from home. We'd have the 6-foot distance. We'll work with Jorge to get all the stickers out. We have some classrooms that have doors, which is great. They could open that up for fresh air. Almost all classrooms have windows. I think there's one that doesn't. It's not the favorite classroom. And then we'll have 4 separate entrances. So we'll actually, depending on where a student has 1st period or 5th period, they would enter the building at certain places. And then same thing for exit. So we won't have, all the kids congregating, trying to get out the 2 main doors. And what else? The campus is closed. All the teachers use Calendly or Meeting Bird so that students can have a virtual meeting with a teacher, again, minimizing movement. We're trying to keep it down to 4 contacts a day, unless a student has an individualized education plan, in which case there are allowances for them to see more providers. They don't need to go to printers. They've got Rocket Books and laptops. We're not going to give them lockers. The big question is just, free periods. We put them in the commons and they'd each have their own table. And then we just have to figure out some of the tech pieces, but that's sort of what the hybrid would look like. So,
are there any exceptions to this cohort? Like special needs?
Yeah, so special
IEPs,
needs, yeah,
things
so
like that?
special needs students with individualized education plans in our ESS department are already in the building. So huge shout out to the ESS teachers across the district. They're coming in, working hard, and these kids are so stoked to be here. It's really fun to have kids in the building. So we'll work with them, whether they want to continue to have their cohorts the way they are now and function as a school within a school, or if they want to shift, but we'll work with them to make sure that there's flexibility there. In terms of other cohorts, again, the only tweak we'd really think about is with the elementary school. Are there kids, for example, you know, who have siblings and we'd want to move them to different cohorts? So at the high school. Is that...
And Liz, could you maybe talk about how the schedule will change to match, since you'll be on the same bus schedule at the high school?
Yeah, let me see if I can share my screen. And, oh, I guess I'm making the same mistake about the present, but at any rate, our schedule will also be from 9 to 3:30, and the task force just recently, maybe Thursday, came up with this new time of 9 to 3:30 when we realized that the buses had to be an hour later than the elementary school. So in our original model, we had our office hours were only about 25 minutes, and now you can see that it's 40 minutes. So I think we need to talk about what kids who are in the school are doing during those office hours. Some of the ideas are for that to be a study hall, for it to be time for our interventionists to work with students, to provide support, to provide enrichment. We currently have our choir classes and band classes are taught during that time. So this is obviously kind of a sketch in terms of that later time, but we'll also have, as you can see, a similar block schedule. Our classes aren't 80 minutes. We felt like that was too long for the middle school, especially the kids that are working remotely. And I think that's the biggest, I guess, question for me or challenge is how do we make sure that the kids that are learning at home aren't just sitting there watching a Zoom meeting. We want that learning to be as interactive as the learning that's happening in the classroom. And so we're really relying on our tech team to help us figure out what are all of the different technology supports that we can use so that a teacher can teach to half their students in front of them and half of their students at home. And I think that's going to be relatively challenging. Some of the things we were talking about that we needed, for one thing, we need time to run this whole schedule through from arrival to dismissal with all staff, because we have an elaborate plan for kids to enter in different doors and to make sure that we have social distancing. But given the number of staff that have accommodations, we're just a little worried about making sure that we have enough people to manage all of this. So you can see we believe we'll need 10 to 15 long-term guest teachers per day if the current accommodations requests are at the same level that they were when people met with Molly. And then we really feel we need a lot of technology resources, whether it's more staff for the tech department, training, and then just planning for successful classrooms. Do you have any questions?
I would love to see the plan when it comes together, what the schedule will look like. I mean, my concern is that 40-minute office hour doesn't seem like, seems like it's going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, no, we'll figure that. That just came to my attention today as the schedule shifted. But the other thing I wanted to say is that our goal is to bring our school back into our 5 period
schedule once the second quarter begins. We think that with a hybrid model will be a little bit easier for all of our teachers to be seeing the kids that are in their classes. Right now, we created this hybrid or the online model because we thought it would be real easy to transition to hybrid. So we have this truncated schedule. And I think that, you know, we're having some really good discussions with teachers about how do we get back to that 5-period schedule. And that will also reduce some of the cohorts.
Great, thank you, Liz. And I think that's a good example of just the work that we're doing in these, you know, times before, as we plan for the next stage. So I really appreciate it. Did you have something else sort of summarize or anything else to add?
Sure. Just that Liz and I were talking earlier today, and, you know, once the final academic plan comes together, we're going to have a town hall for the middle school parents and families. You know, we're thinking next week or later, you know, this week to roll it out and to make sure, tackle questions, that sort of thing. So we were talking about that once it's finalized, and you know, they've run through it and, you know, poked holes in it and tightened things up. So
great. I did hear about a school that they filmed the experience from a student's perspective of, you know, how they will go into school and where they will go, and then share that with parents and students, which might be kind of entertaining and useful.
Yeah, I don't know if we have any GoPros, but I'd love to see one on one of our kindergartners. That'd be really
for sure. Okay, so I think we'll move on to our next agenda item. Dave, do you want to summarize this at all, or are we ready to go on?
Well, this will be posted, you know, not only on board docs, but it'll be posted on our website by the morning. And, you know, so it'll be there for people's review, and hopefully if they have any questions, you know, they can run through the frequently asked questions in the supporting document, as well as, you know, always feel free to email us or call us, and we'll do the best we can to get back.
So Susan, are we going to have some time to comment after public comment then?
Yeah, I think it would be good to sort of hear all of that, and then we'll have more board time.
Perfect. Good.
Yeah, I would just only say one thing. Susan, me and Katie had the chance to visit the elementary school and all the buildings last Thursday, and really appreciate all the hard work that everybody was putting in, and the enthusiasm that they have behind, you know, what they're doing to get people back in person. So that was apparent, and just appreciate that and all the hard work that's going on with Chris and his team, and on all the schools, because even if it's not in-person learning, everybody's working really hard. So that was great to see.
Awesome. Okay, well, we're going to move on to the AEA, I believe. Kay, are you here?
I am here. I'm just going to look to see. I'm going to share my screen so I can pull up our presentation for you. But I don't typically use Zoom, so just go with me a little bit here. And we'll just leave it like this. I won't do, actually, let me see here. View, present. Yeah, tech skills are coming in.
Nice.
All right. So first of all, I'd just like to start off by thanking so many people for joining this meeting. I see we have we had 230, we just dropped down to 229. Come back. Just because this is such an important area of aspect for our community right now. So just the amount of people on this line shows what a huge impact this does have on our community. So because we knew this plan was coming out, we did a survey of our staff. We sent it out Friday night. And so here we go. So Friday night, we sent this out and we closed it on Sunday at about 7 p.m. So we had 86% response. We had 154 members out of 178 reply to this survey. So that shows that if you do send out surveys right now, people are responding because people care. And that's one thing I know that we haven't seen so much going out to our staff in general from the school or to our parents. So we would love to see more of that going out. So yep. Within 3 days, we're able to go and close it out. All right. So right now, our staff is still feeling a high level of stress and anxiety around working with the school. And this doesn't necessarily just mean those who are online or in person. This was everybody who took the survey. So 64% were rated high or very high levels of stress. So this was a rating of 1 to 5. And so either 64% chose either a 4 or a 5 as a high stress level, and 94% rated it from 3 to 5 for stress level. And that is only around COVID related issues. That is not about teaching. It is not about anything. So that could deal with the cleaning schedule. It could be dealing with what to do if they have to go into remote situation. There's still a lot of questions that we have about that. If we are hybrid and what that looks like, if we do go remote and what the class and expectations are. The staff is also very concerned about high levels of exposure in their job. So exposure means that you are in one space for 15 minutes or longer with a group of people. So when we are looking at comparing different things, we need to take a look at comparing situations where people are in the same room for 15 minutes, or you may have to quarantine if they are either exposed or test positive. And the staff also feels it's important to have very similar schedules between buildings. I was noticing comments in the chat about, wait, my middle school, high schooler won't ride the bus with my younger child, and wait, so load kids on a snowstorm on buses and trying to find cards and you couldn't even see. So we're hoping there's no snowstorms the next time somebody comes in, but we still need more information. There's a lot of things to be taken into when deciding to go from online learning into the next. We'd like to look at that COVID meter, and we want to see either 2 weeks of in the same, either a flat line or going down. And right now we've been flatlining or going up. So we used to be in the blue, and then the elementary school went back to hybrid, and now we're in the orange. And now we're staying pretty steady at the orange. So we're doing control, but still we can get better and get back to the blue. And we can only do that with the community's help of really wearing masks, sticking to those 5 models. And remember, if you think you have COVID, you're home for 10 days. If you get a positive, you're home for 14. It's a big hardship on all community members in all places. But if we're trying to keep places open, we've got to really follow the rules. So the vast majority of staff feels like the plan moves from one learning model to the next way too quickly. If it takes 2 weeks for the incubation period, what we're doing is we're gonna have people come to school. We're gonna let that disease get ready in their body and incubate. And then as soon as it's ready to spread, we're gonna bring in more people. So we'd like to take a look at, the staff really felt that we should have 3 weeks minimum in between trying to bring in more people to the building, or 4 weeks would be the ideal situation. Let me go to the next slide here. The staff feels very strongly that the plan pros tonight, it doesn't have enough details. And listening to the comments from the school board members questioning about this plan, once again, do we really have enough details to open up safely and successfully? And 51% of those that took the survey support staying with the current plan with pre-K full, K through 4 hybrid, and 5 through 12 online for right now. And as we keep monitoring and developing that plan, 28% support a hybrid plan for pre-K only. Only 2% supported bringing all kids fully back in person. And I think that is also taken into consideration that businesses aren't even allowed at max capacity yet. So I'm going to let Stephanie Nixon take over from here on our meeting that we also held Sunday night, because we wanted to know what our members truly felt. So Stephanie?
Thanks, Kay. Thanks, Kay. I'm Stephanie Nixon. I'm the Vice President of the Aspen Education Association. And yesterday, 97 members joined a meeting last night to ask questions and express concerns about the plan. So we wanted to address some of those concerns here. The newest research seems to show that kids transmit and contract the virus similarly to adults. And of course, we've been using the Pickens County Health White Paper for our data. Our staff has a lot of questions surrounding how are we going to be able to teach online and in person simultaneously. We're all very worried about instruction and delivering the best instruction we possibly can. And some of us are having a hard time wrapping our brain around the fact that some of the kids will be in person and some of the kids will be online. Evaluation by stakeholders of the current model and what's working and what's not. We haven't really had enough time to go through the current model to assess the data of what is working and what's not. Staffing concerns, we know that since we've started, there's been less planning time for teachers, less breaks for teachers, and sometimes not even a lunch for some of those staff members, faculty and staff members. So we're very concerned about that fact. We want to make sure that we're mitigating our stress. According to the survey, we were all pretty stressed out, and we can't service instruction and give our best if we're stressed out. And for that, we need a lunch. Space needs for similar cohorts. 3rd and 4th graders right now are in 2 different buildings, and it is working out. We are afraid of what happens when they need to transition back. The high school needs all the space it can possibly get. We're even looking at putting classes into transitional spaces and spaces such as the skier dome and the gym. So we really need the space that the 4th graders are currently using. And we're worried about where those kids are going to be able to learn best. Subs for 6 staff. I know we've talked about subbing a little bit. We're all very, very concerned about subs. We know that we've got a call out for volunteers from the community. We know what that looks like, but we just haven't seen it in action. We haven't had enough subs yet on the ground, and we'd like to see more guest teachers in the buildings that are actually available to facilitate our curriculum. We haven't had any training on steps for cleaning or evaluating ill students. A lot of our staff are concerned. Both our faculty and our staff are concerned with dealing with ill students. We're still unclear as to where they're going to go in each building if they get sick during school. And we're not quite sure what the steps for cleaning are in between classes and what that looks like at the end of the day. Transportation, we're all very concerned with the financial piece of transportation. Those of us who have been with the district for a very long time remember that when we were doing early release with one building, just running a second bus was over $250,000 a year just for that one run on that one day. So we're very concerned that transportation is going to be very costly, and we all want to make sure that we're using our financial resources in the best way possible. Right. Next slide, Kay.
What did AVH do?
Thank you.
Where sick people
go one back. Slide 7.
That we can do.
Thank you.
How do you do that?
The HVAC at the Aspen Elementary is not resolved. They do have a timeline though, so that's been great, but we want to know what the bipolar ionization timeline looks like. Cleaning is not occurring regularly at some buildings and some spaces. Again, there's a lack of training for teaching staff on appropriate cleaning methods and products. A lot of our faculty and staff want to know what's different from March or from a month ago that makes it safe for kids to come back now. Pickett County Public Health Department flowchart for symptoms is confusing and we need training. Testing access is limited, and when should people get tested and how? Exposure to staff who see large numbers of students, including exploration and specialists. It's still unclear as to what those jobs look like and how many students those specialists and teachers will have contact with and how can they deliver their content. Illness policy needs updating and clarifying. We are still unclear on some of the illness policies and what that looks like. And also what data points should be used for determining moves between teaching models. Next slide, please. PPE and physical barriers, social distancing needs, evaluations for teaching staff. We're very confused as to how we're going to be evaluated in a hybrid model and what that looks like. Our evaluations are very important to the teaching staff. They help our career and facilitate our instruction. So what do those evaluations look like? We're very concerned with the mental health of staff and teachers, the lack of bus drivers, the lack of support staff, the lack of teaching staff, and student safety. The bike path is very, very busy. Of course, it hasn't been closed all the way. There is lots of traffic through there, and it's very dangerous to have outside classrooms while the bike path is still being routed through campus. Some staff is concerned about lack of follow-through by district administration on questions and concerns. We're still lacking some clarity on those points. And a lot of us, you know, it's hard when we're being compared to private schools who have different resources than we do, or different staffing, or even different, you know, numbers of students. We want their budget, we don't have their budget, and we want their class size ratios, and we don't have those things. So it seems a little bit distorted to compare us to the other buildings that have different resources, different staff, and different student population. Thanks. This is the slide for the CDPHE guidelines. We know that our neighboring districts are using those CDPHE dashboard. Oh yeah, ad for Scholastic. I love it. Love Scholastic. So here's the dashboard for CDPHE. If you scroll down for the guidelines and restrictions, they actually do show the PK through 12 schools on the left side. It's kind of hard to like drive this website at the same time. But if you look down, there is guidance for pre-K through 12 schools and what it looks like. Right now, we're at a safer level 2. And so it's hard to kind of see on the screen, but it's hybrid or remote as appropriate on the CDPHE guideline for Pickett County currently. Although we really want to move into the green, currently we are at a safer level 2 on the CDPHE guideline chart. Next slide. We've been receiving lots and lots of letters, parent letters. We wanted to highlight some of the parent letters that we have been receiving as well, in addition to the board. One of them, we just took an excerpt from one of them. It says, while the main concern for reopening our schools is, understandably, the health risk, parents have not heard directly what criteria schools are using to further reopen. Health metrics should be clearly defined, reasonable, and attainable. Guidance should be primarily from health and medical professionals. We just want to make sure we're using clearer guidelines and that we have clearer protocols before we move forward. Last slide, thank you. The Aspen Education Association calls on the Aspen School District Board of Education to slow down the process, to develop a plan that answers the questions and concerns of all staff and families, and clearly works to keep all of the stakeholders safe. Thank you.
Are there any clarifying questions that we need to answer?
I don't hear any, Kay. Do you have any closing thoughts or a summary of any kind?
Basically, we just want to make sure that we have time to implement this safely. We know that one of the things that the elementary school had was an extra week in order to really dial out things, in order to make things were set up and ready to go. And we just want to make sure that whenever we bring in more students, that we have a system that everyone understands, and not only from the teachers, but to our paras, to our janitors, to our bus drivers, and to our parents. Everybody needs to know a better understanding of what all the bits and pieces are and how they all play together in this huge puzzle called COVID. And so And just know that we are all in this together, and we will only be able to move forward when we work not only as a community, but I hate to say and go back to as a village. A village needs to rise up and come together in order to really help our school district thrive.
Thank you, Kay. Appreciate it. And I think that, you know, all of these, hearing all the comments and just this conversation is helping us move forward. And so I appreciate everybody's participation in your survey and in your meeting, and for letting us know about it. So I think now we will move to our public comment section. And I have some people who have signed up already. Let's see here. And I'll just go through in the order that they are on the agenda here. Adam Good, are you available? I think I'll just keep going, and then if somebody...
Sorry,
oh,
Susan,
no, that's okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Adam.
I just had to unmute myself.
Nope, no problem. Thanks for being here.
Wow, first in line. Lucky me. Well, I originally asked for public comment because I wanted to address a housing concern, but that seems kind of like something that can be talked about later.
So I'm sorry, if you could just kind of introduce yourself and give us your role.
Oh, sure.
That would be great.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
So my name's Adam Good. I am a middle school explorations teacher. I teach our STEM classes, so robotics, coding, computer science, and all that fun stuff.
Great.
This is my third year at the middle school, and I just want to put a note on the record that I have been kind of on the outer edge of getting employee housing. It's been kind of a stressful, difficult process for me. After speaking with several people, I think it would be awesome if we were to consider a housing committee that manages all of the housing that the school has. So I just wanted to make a comment about housing, but to discuss going back in person, I know that my classroom right now, if I go in it and I look around, it looks no different than it did this time last year when COVID wasn't even a thought. And that just, to me, doesn't make me feel confident that we are preparing for this in-person schedule as well as we could be. Things look different in the hallways a little bit, but in my classroom, it's not different at all. And then I also just, I feel like there's this push to go back because we want things to be normal again. And I know that we all want to be back in person, staff and kids and parents. And I just think the reality is that things are not normal. We need to still be diligent with this. I just came from coaching a soccer practice at Rio Grande Park where my kids are running around sweating in masks, and it's not fun for them sometimes, but we do it because it allows us to have practice outside. I don't feel comfortable being in a class full of students right now without a thoughtful plan. I don't feel confident and informed going forward. And to me, the natural progression here seems that we take these extra weeks before the schedule ends Q1, and we implement a thoughtful plan starting with Q2, if that's even possible. I just don't see what's different now than what's different from a month ago to now, and why a few extra weeks of planning and prepping would not benefit us going forward. That's all I have. Thank you all so much for taking the time to listen, everyone. I know this is such a challenge, and I really appreciate everything that you all are doing.
Thanks, Adam. We appreciate your comments. Next person is Tamara. Are you here, Tamara?
I am here.
Hello.
Hello. I'm Tamara Wilson. I teach at the high school. I also have a child at the elementary school and also one at the middle school. And with my time today, I want to split it. One, I want to talk as a parent, and I want to say thank you to the elementary school teachers, and thank you to the 7th grade team, because I think that the quality of education my kids are getting right now, especially compared to the spring, is outstanding. I am not using supervised learning. I work, I teach, and I'm monitoring my own kids' learning as well. And I got to tell you that I have never had stronger conversations with my 7th grader about what he's doing than right now. He can tell me exactly what he's doing in his class, and we debrief every day. And it wasn't like that when he was in person. So I have to say that, you know, remote learning seems scary, and it was not ideal in the spring, but I would love to see some new data on remote learning, because I think at the middle school and at the high school, we're doing some amazing things that are not going to be able to be recreated in a classroom where kids cannot get in groups. They cannot do gallery walks. They cannot do what we normally would do as teachers to enhance learning. So I think that we have to take another look at remote learning and its benefits. The second thing that I would say is, as a teacher, 200,000 people have died from COVID. And I think that that is missing in this conversation. People don't die. They have long-term lasting effects. And I cannot say it enough. I will go to every meeting and repeat it. We don't know what it does to children when they give up my afternoons and some family time. I got used to the idea that when school shootings started happening, that I was going to have to step in front of bullets for children. And those are things that I accept. What I do not accept is possibly dying and being taken away from my children when we have an alternative to being in the classroom, a quality alternative. Teachers are working really, really hard to make learning strong and to make sure that kids are meeting benchmarks right now using this alternative. We are in a pandemic. This is not normal times. I would like to ask, whatever happened to teaching our kids resiliency? Instead of just saying the only solution to mental health is to go back to school, what about resiliency? I'm going to nerd out and be a history teacher for a minute. Anytime my kids are struggling, I remind them that, you know what? We're not living through World War II. We're not in internment camps. Right now, we're doing remote learning. And that is not going to be the end of the world, and it is not going to last forever. You know what does last forever? Death. And I don't want to see one teacher, one front office staff, one custodian, one bus driver, one student, one husband, one wife have to die because we are rushing to do something that is not a necessity. When they talk about essential workers, we're talking about people who there's no other option. There's no other option than for a doctor to be in the room taking care of a patient. We have an option as teachers right now. We have an option as a community, and that option is to keep people safe. And I gotta say, I'm really, really scared and upset that we are not thinking about how to keep people safe. And I realize it's not ideal, but these are not ideal times. I think that we get through them together. They're not going to last forever. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Tamara. Next is Kristen Zadro. Sorry, Zadro.
That's okay. Hi. Zadro, for anyone who is wondering. My name's Kristen Zadro. I am a proud sixth grade regular math teacher at Aspen Middle School, and myself and a couple of colleagues last week, we drafted a letter in response to the parent letter, the most recent parent letter that has been circulating around about our administration. And so I sent this to the board this morning. Theron, Dave, I sent it to you as well. And I'm going to read it now for everyone who has not had a chance to see this on behalf of many teachers in this district. Dear Dr. David Baugh, Theron Mulberry, and the Aspen School District Board of Education, we, the teachers of Aspen Middle School, would like to respond to the recent parent letter being circulated regarding Principal Dr. Liz Metter and Assistant Principal Jason Thomas and the need for a change in leadership. We are in full support of Liz and Jason as our current administrators. We appreciate the steps our administration has taken with our teaching and support staff to address our school's culture, climate, student behavior, and academic course offerings. We feel supported and empowered by the hardworking efforts of this administrative team during this difficult time. Therefore, we have great concern about the disruption and potential chaos that would ensue should we lose our leadership during the current COVID crisis. Their removal would be detrimental at this time. The thought of the abrupt removal of our school administration during this tenuous time leaves the middle school staff saddened, frustrated, and outraged. In such an uncertain time in our world, what is absolutely necessary is that we have as much stability in our professional lives and the lives of our students as possible, fostered by leaders who are both teacher and student centered and care about the health and safety of every member of our school community. Our school leadership has never wavered in putting students first. They have made this abundantly clear through their work with the SWIFT team, the AMS leadership team, math team, revised focus on culture and character, and equity through education that serves all learning levels of students from all backgrounds. Sadly, it appears that a small portion of parents are upset with the progress of the middle school. As a way to reasonably and rationally address the general concerns that have been mentioned in this parent letter, we welcome the opportunity to sit down with these parents and families in an effort to reach common ground. We hope that the families who represent the broad spectrum of Aspen Middle School learners are willing to support the school in a smooth, appropriate, organized, and effective process to brainstorm solutions to these concerns. We hope to exemplify our AMS values of kindness, integrity, honesty, trust, and mutual respect in the way that we proceed in this conversation, just as we would expect our students to do with each other on a daily basis. We are confident that a school community collaborative process for problem solving is an essential and effective way of moving forward, rather than a change in leadership at this time. Thank you for your consideration and prompt attention to this very important matter. Now, that is the end of the letter, and I'd like to say that between now and Friday, we've had 54 people sign on this letter, 51 of whom are middle school staff members. That's 94% of the letter. 45 of these people, or 88%, are certified staff members. 6 or 12% are classified staff members. 51 of our 68 middle school staff employees, that's 75%, signed on to this letter. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Kristen. Our next public comment person is Dan Pearl.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Dan Pearl. I'm a math teacher at the high school, and I'm not here to talk about whether or not I think students should be coming back. I'm here to give comments specifically about the process of creating this reopening plan. I'm really concerned about the process thus far. My two main concerns: one, the community hasn't seen a comprehensive safety plan for what this next phase might look like. We're starting to see some things today, but what we see on board docs is not a reopening plan. It's a list with 4 bullet points. And the devil's in the details here. The community ought to know what we're doing to keep their kids safe and have an opportunity to comment on it. I'm gonna put down a crying baby. My second concern is that there's dates on this plan, one of which is 8 days from now. So by putting dates on this plan, we're ensuring that the community at large will not be able to give any impact. I don't know how we're going to get a final plan, have a town hall, revise all that plan in the next 8 days. Maybe that's something that can happen, but it seems unrealistic at the moment. And it's obvious to me that without broad support, this plan just won't work. We need parents, we need teachers, we need students, we need community members to all be bought in, to give feedback, to make this plan better. And without that broad support, I'm really concerned that we're not going to be able to stay open if and when we do open. So I think that buy-in is critical, and I'm not seeing a way that our community can provide that feedback. So what I'm asking for tonight is post this plan publicly, and a plan that takes into account all of the details, and take off the dates, right? Then we need to provide, second thing I'm asking for is let's provide a way for the community to give feedback, poke holes in the plan, and get bought in. I think we'll find that public comment tonight is not going to be sufficient to flesh out all the details, and there's a lot that still needs to be worked out. And once we have that final plan, then we can pick the right time to implement that plan. The cost of doing this process in the right way, where we get broad community support, is a little bit more time, and we have that time. We have systems in place that are working, and there might be arguments as to how effective they are, but they're working, and we can take this time to do this process right. So I urge the board to please take the time to come up with a more comprehensive plan that has the community behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Our next person who signed up is Mike Wessler.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Mike Wessler. I am an 8th grade math teacher at Aspen Middle, and I've been in this position for nearly 2 decades. I first want to thank everyone in this district and community, especially the parents, for their tireless efforts since we left school after spring parent-teacher conferences on Friday, March 13th of last year. My public comment today relates to the hybrid reopening plans for Aspen Middle School. Though more specifically, my comment relates to one of the lines that was sent out on Friday before we left. And the sentence states, online instruction will occur for students when they are not in school. Again, online instruction will occur for students when they are not in school. This statement is fundamentally flawed. This hybrid plan cannot adequately provide online instruction outside of school unless we understand our commitment to the fixed physical space and adapt to its limitations. During online learning, all students are equally part of each class. But once we bring students back into the classroom, our space is limited. Realistically, we have proposed a hybrid plan that provides a choice of one of these two. Students receive in-class instruction. Oops. Jenny, do you want to mute it up there? Thanks, Jenny. It's probably Pete, actually. Realistically, we have proposed a hybrid plan that probably provides us one of these choices. A, students receive in-class instruction at school, while students at home do something else that we think we have a possible plan for, but I'm not sure. Or B, students at home and at school receive the same class instruction through our current online format. Think of the choices either A, cutting our content progress in half, or B, maintaining this new regular speed that we've kind of kickstarted. So let's play this out. The A cohort of students comes to school to receive instruction. The B cohort at home starts their Zoom call to receive instruction, but nothing may happen on the Zoom call. The teacher is teaching to the A cohort in person. That's their focus. Setting up a live stream to watch sounds like a Band-Aid fix to generate sort of a sideline observation. But what happens when it's time to change classes, but everybody remains in the same physical room? So now we have 25 students, maybe, who are now taking different classes. And this is something happening throughout the school in all rooms for the remainder of the day. If a tech support or behavioral situation occurs, the teacher can't help. They're teaching their own class to students in other rooms or at home. And the students can't hear unless they have microphones, and turning on the mic to interact could be a distraction to multiple classes happening at once around them with kids at desks. And now the student interaction opportunities have actually been reduced due to the constraints of the physical space. We want to be able to have in-person instruction and maintain regular speed content progress. But the limitations of our physical space and the current design of this plan does not provide this possibility. I believe that if this plan is put into place, eventually students would simply opt to work from home. And then we're back to where we started. So if we're looking for solutions, I recommend redesigning our limited physical space into lots of socially distant workstations for students. Utilize space in any off-campus, public or private multi-purpose meeting rooms. Install modular buildings in our parking lots. Redesign the daily schedule so that there are in-person instruction classes and then remote instruction classes that don't happen at the same time. We can figure this out. We're just not there yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next up is Marnie White.
Thank you, Susan. Hi, everybody. My name is Marnie White. I am the music teacher at Aspen Elementary School. I'm also an alumni of the school district. I have lived in this community for my entire life. And I want to speak to you today more as a parent than I do as, I'm going to cry already. I'm sorry. I want to speak to you more as a parent than as a staff member. I want to share with you a personal story. When my younger daughter was only 11 days old, she contracted pneumonia. She was very, very sick. The experience my husband and I went through, watching our child on a ventilator, wondering if she was ever going to take another breath, is an experience that I don't ever want to repeat, and I don't ever want any other parent to go through. I especially don't want that to happen because of something we do as a district. The idea of one of my students or former students or one of their family members getting seriously ill or dying keeps me up at night. I am incredibly worried about my health, my children's health, the health of my family and friends and community. I strongly urge the school board and administration to go slow. We are truly dealing with unprecedented times, as much of a cliche as that has become. We don't know what the future brings, and I would hate for us to rush into something and look back and wish we'd gone slower. I completely understand how hard it is for parents to have their kids at home while they're trying to work. I'm doing it right now with my 3rd grader and my 7th grader. I know it's not what's best for them in the long term. But you know what else isn't the best for them? Having their mother or father or sister or grandparents or teacher or friend die because of this disease, and something we could have done differently to allow them, to keep them safe. Before I allowed my 3rd grader to attend school in the hybrid option, I looked at all of the plans and determined that with the protocols in place, we thought it would be safe for her to attend school. I will need to do that same thing with my 7th grader, and again before they move into a further in-person model. I want to have my kids back in school in person.
Thank you, Marnie. Next up, Tana.
Hi, Susan.
Tana.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? My name is Tana Rinaldi, and I teach kindergarten. This is my 35th year of teaching. I am retiring this year. My own 3 children attended Aspen schools. I am proud of their education and feel like their journey was a good one. I am proud to be an Aspen School District teacher. That is why I have remained here for thirds in 1985. They are now almost 40 years old with children of their own. Still very proud. My reputation should after 35 years. When COVID became part of our daily life at school, I became an advocate for finding ways to keep us safe. I was part of the committee that began to find ways for elementary school teachers to take classes outside to teach, hence the tents on campus. This is part of my initiation of outdoor areas to promote outdoor learning for safe venues where COVID was less contagious. I'm a team player and I get the job done when things are difficult. My Aspen Elementary School principals have been working tirelessly to maintain the hybrid model of school, and I feel that their safety strategies are working for smaller cohorts. I feel physically safe in the present mode of hybrid learning, and I do understand that full-time classroom learning is better for children. I get it. I have some safety concerns for students and staff that I want to discuss with you. I am just now processing ideas to create safer environments if we go back full-time. Chris and Sarah have been amazing. I have not brought these ideas to them because I just learned on Friday that the board and task force discussed that October 12th might be a full-time model of back-to-school learning. I've spent the weekend thinking and processing, although my anxiety is at a high, to think about returning to full-time classes for elementary school. This is not just Chris and Sarah's journey to solve and do alone. It requires all of us. Remember, it takes a village. Everyone is part of this village. Please consider some of the situations below that might have us move forward. So I wanted to just share something with you of just some ideas that are details, and I did them visually. So I'm going to share my screen, hopefully. There. All right, I'm going to scroll down to these pictures, and if you look, these two columns are not ready for 15 students. They're ready for hybrid right now. So this is my classroom now. It works for 8 students, but if you put 15 students in there, I can't keep them 6 feet apart. How can I increase it to a population of 15 and maintain that containment of social distancing? Winter is coming. The opportunity to teach outside will be more difficult with weather changing. I live in a fishbowl. No protective shields, just open tables. I don't think I am able to guarantee safety in my classroom. If we go to full-time, I want furniture like this with dividers or with acrylic sneeze guards to go on tables. Just some different ideas. If you want me to go back, that's a detail. Also, in those bathrooms, I have toilets systems in our school to share with 80 kids, and that's just in my core. And just to think, do camps even have 80 or more people a day in their cohorts? A lot of people are saying, well, camps can do it. Camps don't have 80 or more kids in one certain area that is a core. We do. Remember, 500 kids will be surging into our building on October 12th if that is what we decide. Is that a reasonable way to keep kids safe? At the moment, in the hybrid, there are 24 per cohort using the bathrooms. 24 students in a core is manageable for bathroom use versus 80 or more students in a core if we go back full time. Also, washing their hands outside the bathroom. It's like a circus sometimes. They have to wash their hands outside, then they have to go back inside to get paper towels, and they're crossing over the path of somebody else that is already in there. So just something, a detail would be to put more paper towel dispensers outside the bathroom. That's a detail. Another idea of mine is to our locker space here. If I have 15 kids in my room, they're an inch apart. Right now I have them every other one as a cohort so that they can be apart from each other. You put 15 kids in there, I can't separate them. So another one of my detail ideas is to put some units outside in our cores. Our cores are empty. This is a picture of my core. It's empty. Put some extra places for kids to hang their coats to spread the kids out. That's a detail. Also, how would the board help us with schedules and CDC guidelines if you want us to go back full time? Schedules are not complete as there is recommendations as to how many people specialists can come in contact with. Our music and art teachers are teaching remotely, which knocks out 2 specialist teachers for in-person learning. So we are minus 2 blocks of time for each grade level. In the past, we had an hour of planning 4 days a week and a 40-minute lunch. If you did not have lunch duty, Wednesdays was 40-minute lunch, 45-minute specialist, but possibly that might not be able to continue. How do you provide teachers with a lunchtime or planning time if we return to 5 days a week? At the moment, we are rotating through specials every 2 months for a 2-week period. If we have the whole school back, how will schedules work for us with no planning time? There are exposure guidelines that protect teachers and employees. Are you willing to create unsafe strategies for the sake of just doing this full time? Presently, Sarah Lowe has designed a system where cohorts go social distancing and cohort separation for safety measures. How will a cohort of 15 play together safely on a playground with possibly 70 other kindergarten classmates out there playing as well? Sarah's idea also gives us a 30-minute break, which is needed when teachers are not getting planning time due to rotating specials. I will not get specials until October 5th. I haven't had them at all for only 2 weeks, which is an extra 30 minutes for those 2 weeks. Not mixing cohorts at recess is a CDC guideline for health, safety, success. Kids need to play outside and teachers need a break. So I don't know how you're going to get 500 kids back on this campus safely and follow the CDC guidelines. And that brings me anxiety, huge. And I don't know if I can maintain that pace without some details, some specifics as to what that's going to look like when those 500 kids walk in here. And I just feel that we need some more thought. Right now, the hybrid is working. I feel safe. I'm 63 years old. I'm compromised, but I show up every day because right now, the teaching of these children is important to me. And it's what I do. I am a kindergarten teacher. It's all I know how to do. And I'm darn good at it. So that's it. Those are my thoughts. Please consider.
Great. Thank you, Tana. Next, we have Nikki Dorr.
Oh, thank you. Let me figure out how to get my video going. Oh, hold on. Sorry, guys.
No problem.
Ah, there it is. Thank you. My name is Nikki Dorr, and I am a second grade teacher at Aspen Elementary School. I'd like to start by saying it's been so lovely to be back. I feel so good to be with my students again. And I just wanted to offer that perspective. The letter that I am going to read today is to address comments recently by a vocal group of parents who have recently shared their opinion on the inequity they perceive as it relates to the children of district staff and faculty being provided free or discounted supervised learning 5 days a week. Inequity is defined as lack of fairness or justice. And it is a word that has shown up as of late in countless emails, letters, news articles, and conversations. It seems that for the first time, the feeling of inequity has affected a demographic in our valley, the members of which are the most privileged among us. They do not like the way it feels. If we flash back to last spring when our schools had pivoted to remote learning, I wonder if inequity was on the minds of these parents. When they spent weeks or months at vacation homes with friends and family, when they hired camp counselors to provide engaging activities for their kids, when they criticized teachers in the spring, regardless of their quick jump to action with online learning, knowing full well many of their teachers have their own kids at home whose education they were also responsible for supervising in the midst of trying to teach their students. When they had the means to choose which school their child or children would attend, whether that be a private school, which meets in person, a boarding school, a well-resourced homeschool, or even creating their own school in Woody Creek, did those instances feel inequitable to these families? Were any teacher kids or low-income families with 2 working parents invited to join one of these well-resourced pods or cohorts? Did that make these parents feel treated inequitably? To the board, I know you've received letters regarding the inequity of supervised learning for teacher kids. I ask that you remember that this is in an effort to keep district employees working at their workplace. It is a program our district is providing as an employer, not as a school. I encourage you to remind parents that they should be asking for such a benefit from their own employer rather than from mine. If their employer would like to offer this benefit to the children in their work community, I'm sure they would be heralded as a savior to the community rather than spawning inequity. Please do not presume to know what supervised learning looks like. My children are still not interacting with their teachers or in school. I want to say thank you to Superintendent Dave Baugh and Assistant Superintendent Taryn Mulberry for joining forces with Meg Dangler and Aspen Family Connections to provide this essential program to your employees so we can do our jobs best. Lastly, to those claiming the supervised learning program is inequitable, let me make it clear that it would only be inequitable if specific faculty kids were not allowed to attend the provided program. In contrast, the leaders of this program have done a fabulous job making sure that the supervised learning program is open to all children and faculty. Let me also remind you that without the supervised learning program, teachers too will be faced with the choice of being home with their children or doing their jobs, like much of the community. I can promise you that even half of us have to opt for caring for our own children over doing our job. There will not be a school for your child to attend in any format. Again, I implore you to ask your employer to help make accommodations that allow for you to do your work as mine has done for me. Perhaps the Aspen School District School Board can exercise a community outreach, a plea for local businesses to help support our district families in a similar way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nikki. Michelle Hurley.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Michelle.
I just, I want to, I'm a parent of a third grader. And I will say today was a very difficult day with remote learning. But it was due to us starting a new program. And we worked our way through it. Tomorrow will be a new day, and not every day with homeschooling is going to be easy. But what I'm learning is that by keeping Patrick's remote, my son, and what I'm asking is, if there's so much issues in the cohorts, why is the whole school not looking at a remote learning program like the Colorado Digital Learning Solution that gives the kids a more structured plan on days that they're not in school? And it's also a plan that the teachers can follow when the kids are in school, so so everyone's on the same playing field. It offers every subject. The teachers can help guide the kids, because today Patrick needed a little bit more guidance that I was able to sit down and give him. And I just think that would be one way to help parents and anybody else that has their kids home during the remote learning days. From what I hear, the packets aren't providing enough work, so why not looking at offering an online program that people can do when they're home? The other thing is, everyone keeps saying the community, the community, the community, the community. Where's our mayor? Where are all of our elected officials? And where's the community during all of this? Why has nobody stepped up to offer solutions, offer places, and offer their support in how to help with the situation? It has basically been just left on the teachers and the school board, which I understand that is part of the job, but we can't do this alone. People are comparing us to Wildwood Community, Country Day. I mean, that's like comparing Rhode Island and Alaska. We're all in the United States, but we have completely different sizes and populations. And you can't do that. Safety should be a priority. I mean, Josh Vance spoke up. The corona meter has gone up. It is in a safer stage 2. We're asking our teachers who are also, I'm a parent. Do I really want to be homeschooling my kid? Absolutely not. But like another parent said, my son's dream is to go to the X Games. I'm not willing to gamble that he's not going to have a long-term effect or he's not going to get sick. We're asking our teachers to not only put their lives in jeopardy, we're asking them to put their families' lives in jeopardy. They didn't sign up to be essential workers, so are we going to look at giving them raises that are deserved? Are we going to look at, providing them? Tana had some great points with the plexiglass. Why hasn't the school installed plexiglasses around the desk? That's one way to separate kids. Where are we at with the HVAC system? Because I don't believe it's fixed, and it is getting colder. So how are we going to bring the kids back into school if we can't heat them and keep them warm, and we also can't keep the air safe? It snowed, a week ago? That wouldn't have worked real well with the kids outside. My other question is, we've got a lot of the high school kids that, used to do volunteering for extra credits and, ways to earn points for college. Why can't we look at utilizing some of that? Have them help is, you know, monitors and things like that. Because I'm sure many of them would love, you know, the opportunity to help offer them smaller cohorts. I was in Aspen Village the other day, and there were so many younger kids running around, but there were so many high school students that I'm sure would love the opportunity to get away from their screen to be able to practice teaching. I just think that right now, parents and teachers and staffs are all pitted against each other, and it can't be. Our teachers can't provide something if they're not comfortable and they don't feel safe. Yes, our kids are struggling. My son has the most anxiety I have ever seen, but I have started taking him to therapy. I've started finding ways to help him get out. I understand that's not an option that everybody has, but you know, where are the boys groups that used to be provided? You know, none of those have been sent out. Why are we not offering those extra services? Wednesdays, love having the music and the art. It has to be separated. It can't be third and fourth grade occupying the same time. You need to be able to spread it out. Why can't music or art be on the days of the opposite cohorts? You know, there needs to be more planning to the schedule. I'm not willing to risk my kid. And I mean, if you're willing to send your kid back, that's great. I respect that. But is the school going to take responsibility if a teacher gets sick, or are we going to pay for their health? Are we going to pay for the family if a child gets sick or dies? These are just questions that I think that need to be addressed. And I really think that as a board, you all should take a second and look at the Colorado Digital Learning Plan, because I think that's something that could be worked in as a group, where the teachers and the parents and everybody can work together and understand what exactly needs to be done on a daily basis.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks.
Next is Dana Barrow.
Hi, everyone. A lot of the things that I wanted to say have already been said, but I do want to share them again. And I also want to start with also saying that I've had some of the children of the school board members who are listening right now. I love teaching. As you'll notice, I'm in my son's bedroom here with his toys because my home office is my son's bedroom. I don't love it. I go to school as often as I can. My husband teaches at the high school, and we fight over who gets to go to school. We love school. We are those people who have surrounded ourselves with this community, and we want to go back to school. We're not ready. We can get ready, as Mike said, but we need a lot of training. That's just the fact of the matter. And we can't do it just in bits and pieces on the side. We started the school year at AMS with some confusion around technology and all sorts of things. My team and I practiced presentations until 8:30 and 9 o'clock at night. We're up at 5, making phone calls with each other at 7 o'clock in the morning. It is not easy to teach online. It takes easily twice the amount of time to get anything ready for the school day. So I just want to mention that very quickly, that there is somehow a misperception that we're kind of just like hanging out online or hanging out at home. And that is not the case. It takes a tremendous amount of time. Every single link has to be perfect. Every single attachment has to be perfect. We have to do, audio recordings of things that we would normally just read in class. So there's just a variety of things that take a lot of time, and I'm happy to do it. I love teaching. I want to keep teaching. If you decide that we're going back to school on Tuesday, which I hope that you don't, I will be there. But my own children will not be there because I don't think that it is safe yet, okay? And so I just want to put that out there, that I will wait with my own children until it's safe, but I will be there to protect your children. But there are some very specific things that I would like you to do. One of those is we need extra space. There isn't enough space if we're going to bring everybody back. I don't think it's right that if the high school goes back, the fourth grades, out. Where are they supposed to go? So I know that the community has said that they are willing to step up and share space, and they have ideas about space, so let's listen. I know that Aspen Country Day at one point used the Aspen Meadows campus. I don't know if that's possible, but that would be an awesome facility with lots of outdoor space for our students and for us. I'm concerned about the staffing issues. I see on the chat that lots of people are volunteering to sub. Please do that, because right now we are in a tremendous sub shortage. We need teachers to come in and work with the special ed staff tomorrow, because they are not getting basic breaks. And we cannot just leave children unattended. These are not our children. These are other people's children. These are their precious children that they love dearly, and we love them, and we can't just leave them to their own devices. It's very, very important for us. So I just want to I don't necessarily need to read everything that I've said, because a lot of people have said these same things already, but we need training. We need time for the training. It needs to be pretty intensive. We need a chance to go through run-throughs. I know Aspen Country Day had a period of time where they just did a dress rehearsal so that they could go through the steps of what was school going to look like when kids actually came in person. So I am friends with, you know, a lot of these teachers at other schools, and I know that what the steps that they've gone through to be prepared, and we need to go through those steps as well. So the main things that I would like to see happen is I'd like extra space, so that we can be socially distant. I would like training on all the new technologies that are going to be put into place. I can't do that while I'm teaching. This is not like a quick lunch meeting. This is a pretty intensive issue, and I need people to come into my room. And I know I have 3 screens right now. I can only use one of them so far. I'd like to know how to use all 3. I know Chris Durham and Anita are out there like, I'll show you. It's just a matter of time. I would like barriers. I would like plastic barriers, because I know that kids are supposed to wear masks all day. I know that doctors do that all day. I just think that's also relatively unrealistic. I'm watching the kids at school. All the teachers are. They don't wear them all day. I watched the kids all summer at camps. My kids attended camps. They did not wear them all day. That is just not true. That is just the way it goes. That's how kids are. They pull them off their noses. They pull them off their ear. That's just how it goes. And I like to live in the real world, you know, of like, what are kids actually doing? And it's okay, because if I know what kids are actually doing, then I can move forward with that. You know, I can set up some other parameters. So those are the main things that I want. I want space, and I want training, and I want protective supplies. And I want it to kind of go above and beyond, because this is Aspen. We can go above and beyond in Aspen. That's who we are. Go big or go home, right? Is the kind of the deal. And I don't really want to go home. So I mean, it's nice. I can play with all sorts of action figures while I'm here, but I'd rather just be at school. So thank you so much for listening to us today. And I appreciate your consideration in this matter.
Thanks, Dana. Pippa and Dan McHugh. Are y'all around? We can go on to the next name. Donna Bruce. We can go on to the next name. Erica Nottingham.
Hi.
Hi, Erica.
My name is Erica Nottingham, and I am the choir director and IB music teacher for Aspen High School and Aspen Middle School. This is my 3rd year teaching here at ASD. However, this is my 17th year as a public and private school music teacher. I'm speaking today to address the needs of the Fine Arts Department, specifically with regard to shared staff between Aspen High School and Aspen Middle School. As a music teacher, it is not uncommon to teach in multiple buildings. I have taught in as many as 4 buildings in a week and as many as 3 buildings in a single day, with schools spread out all across the town. To be frank, I have never had as many scheduling challenges and conflicts as a traveling teacher as I have here in Aspen, when our schools are literally a stone's throw away from one another. These difficulties are becoming even more apparent in the COVID era. Every year I've been in this district, I have been double booked at some point throughout the week, where I've been expected to teach in both buildings at the same time. This conflict is not unique to me as the choir director. Logan Carter, the theater teacher, has dealt with this same issue over the course of multiple years. Somehow we always find a way to work it out, because we believe so strongly and so passionately in our programs. We will go to almost any length to make our courses and classes work. In the past, these compromises have included mixing middle school and high school courses for a period of time, alternating weeks to have a sub in one building or the other, or unfortunately, completely having to turn over my ex-ed group to another teacher. This year is no exception. Both theater and choir classes are compromised as course offerings overlap at both schools. 6th grade choir and 7th grade theater both have one asynchronous lesson instead of 2 synchronous lessons per week. This is not only a disservice to us as teachers, but mostly a disservice to our students who are not able to get the live virtual instruction we should be providing. The hybrid model proposals are yet again exacerbating this conflict for shared teachers. In the current COVID climate, there is no possibility of teaching 2 live in-person classes at the same time. As it stands now, there are significant choir or music overlaps, and theater has a 100% time course conflict with an IB course and a middle school class. Now, we regularly work with both sets of administrations to problem solve these issues. I have great respect for anyone trying to problem solve creatively scheduling during this time. I'm extremely grateful for the time, effort, and energy the administration takes to be flexible. We always find a way to make it work, and while it's never ideal, we make it work because it's in the best interest of kids and programs. However, due to the increasing complexities of in-person learning in any capacity due to the COVID pandemic, this just cannot continue to be the case. Our programs are significantly suffering from the loss of the 5-period day at Aspen Middle School, specifically the elimination of 1 exploration period per day for all grade levels. This decision does not exist in a silo for Aspen Middle School. Program and class cuts and compromise have a direct impact on our high school performing arts courses and the entire high school fine arts department. Fine and performing arts programming is already extremely fragile due to the COVID pandemic. This programming is crucial, it is critical, it is vital to the heart and soul of a district and to the heart and soul of a child in his or her educational career. While a 5-period-a-day schedule at Aspen Middle School, including the reinstatement of an exploration period per grade level, similar to last year's schedule, will help alleviate some of these shared staff conflicts. I implore the district to put the middle and high schools on the same schedule or one that aligns absolutely as closely as possible. And this doesn't just mean start and end times in the day. It means times of classes, alignment of class offerings. This is critical for the survival and success of fine arts programming in all secondary levels. For the sake of all teachers, shared staff, performing arts programs, Aspen families, but most importantly, our students, please help us resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Laura Maker.
Hello all. This is my 3rd time having the opportunity to appear before this board and share my comments on the reopening plan. So I just want to backtrack to what I've shared with you before. The first time I came before you, I was really concerned that there wasn't a comprehensive plan. And the second time I came here, I was so encouraged because there were specific sort of guideposts, outlines of what the expectations were for the kids, for the families, for the teachers, for the administration. And I'm so concerned that we're backsliding. We've put together a proposed plan that was put out there 24 hours advance notice as required by the statutes, but not last Friday as you know, you guys shoot to do for all of your board packets. And so when I looked last Friday and I looked all weekend, it wasn't there. And I was so optimistic that it was going to be a more robust plan because you guys were still working on it. And then what was put out there last night was disappointing. And the reason it was disappointing is because the language in it has changed. And I don't think anybody has talked about this yet. So I want to make sure the board got this, the teachers caught this, the parents caught this, because in the original version, and there have been so many versions, so I want to be really specific about what I'm talking about. What I'm assuming is part one was the return to learning plan that was posted. It says R3 on it. It's 24 pages, just so you guys know what I'm starting from. It specifically spells out what the guiding principles were for determining return to learning. And the prior guiding principles were, number one, safety and security of students and staff is the primary goal. Number two, students do better in-person settings if safety can be managed. Number three, decisions are based on current science and not political decisions. There's a definite and consequential shift in the new language in the proposed plan labeled Part 2. That says the new guiding principles are safety of students and staff is imperative and return to in-person learning is also vital. So what has changed and why does it matter? Safety is no longer the primary goal. That is a big change we should be talking about. In-person learning, as you've spelled out the new principles, may be deemed more important than safety. And you've dropped that decisions need to be based on current science. Why did this change? Why is nobody talking about this? This is very concerning because there are no guide rails in the plan. Okay, so the plan specifically says that in-person learning can increase if the Pitkin County coronavirus is continually yellow or blue, but may pivot to CDPHA's new coronameter. When, how, what communication will occur, none of this is spelled out. It was discussed somewhat today, which is really helpful. But again, it's not written anywhere. It's not anywhere that anybody can refer to and go back to and say, this has happened or this hasn't happened. So that's really concerning. It also says adherence to guidelines is needed to ensure a reopening, but those guidelines aren't spelled out. Absolutely no guidelines are identified in the reopening document. They need to be identified for something to occur. I don't understand why specific things are addressed in the Part 2 plan through the frequently asked questions that aren't identified in real crystal clear guidelines. And I think that there are some resources to help administration in the district put this together. The CDC has a very robust planning process that's out on the web for anybody to use, and it's specifically targeted to administrators. It says it has these specific sort of plans, monitoring and evaluation checklist for K through 12 schools. It walks through basic planning steps. It recommends how to determine findings are shared for timely decision-making and transparency. Why doesn't this exist and why isn't it being shared with the community? The CDC also has resources on how to create a COVID-19 hazard assessment plan. Again, I don't think this district has that, which is really concerning. It talks about what you need with screening, with testing, with managing sick staff and students, engineering controls. There's been a lot of comments about ventilation, talks about increasing ventilation, talks about administrative controls, staggering or alternative schedules, reducing occupancy. So we talk about these things in general terms in this meeting and in these documents, but we never spell out exactly what we're looking at or what the expectations are. It talks about flexible leave policies, ensuring that policies encourage sick employees to stay home without fear of retaliation and to ensure employees are aware of those policies. Supporting teacher and staff mental health and well-being, increasing EAP benefits, changing work design, eliminating non-essential tasks that staff is doing in order to focus and prioritize critical ones. Is that being done? That's a pretty low-hanging bar and low-hanging fruit that could allow staff and teachers and administration to have more time to work on the things that really matter. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is that there isn't any new HR director appointed, so that people can't go to anyone with these sorts of concerns. I don't understand why that's not being prioritized. Are staff expected to only work their contract hours, or are they, as I think I'm aware of, sending emails out late at night, doing all of this stuff with no sort of resource for them to talk to anybody about any sort of concerns? There's so much more that's absent from any district communication, that the idea of returning to school without putting all of this stuff down on paper, where everybody can understand what we're talking about, why we're talking about it, and what it looks like, is really, really disturbing. Why do systems and guidelines matter? Why do policies matter? And I think the reason for that is because the science keeps changing on this, right? We don't know where we're standing. It keeps shifting underneath us. And so to say that we're no longer considering science to be one of our guiding principles is really concerning, especially in a time when, you know, Friday, the CDC came out in the morbidity and mortality weekly report with a new report, Transmission Dynamics of COVID-19 Outbreaks Associated with Childcare Facilities in Salt Lake City, Utah, April through July of this year. The CDC specifically says what was already known. We know children aged 10 years old and greater have been shown to transmit COVID in school settings. What was added by the report? Kids under the age of 18 acquired COVID at child care facilities. Transmission was documented from the children to not only teachers and staff, but non-faculty contacts, including hospitalization of parents. That's serious. This is serious stuff. So we're having transmission by asymptomatic children to other household members. So I think that's something we should assess and include in our planning process. And having a guideline for our planning process will walk us through assessing that, so we don't miss big important things like this. And the CDC has already put together a process we can use, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. I know that—
Laura, thanks. If you can, I just want to kind of make sure we're being—
I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to wrap up. So yeah, I know that the ground keeps shifting beneath us, and that is really hard to deal with. And so if you put everything out there very explicitly and very publicly with transparency, then you're not going to get the questions you're getting now, because people just don't know the answers. You can answer those questions for them.
Thank you. Let's see. Adam Flatt. Is Adam around?
Okay. Yeah, he's on baby duty. I'll go first because I'm after him.
Okay.
Okay. I'm Ada Flatt. I am the current teacher and learning facilitator for K-4 students who are learning exclusively online right now. I wanted to express my concern today with the lack of a reopening plan based on about disease and teachers what's needed to feel safe returning to in-person learning or returning to full-time school with full class sizes. I'm of the belief that teachers need the guarantee that going to work is not going to result in the loss of their health and well-being, their life, or that of a loved one or a student. We need the assurance that classrooms will continue to be the safe space that children rely on, and that experts in disease transmission are giving steadfast assurance that measures being taken to keep schools safe are truly going to keep them safe. If there's one thing teachers love to do, it's to be navigating the ins and outs of classroom life with a group of students that they love. AES teachers are happy to feel a sense of normalcy by being back in their classrooms and doing their jobs in a somewhat familiar way. Don't let this discount how quickly that joy will evaporate should they suddenly be left feeling responsible for disease transmission. Scott, do you want to mute your mic, please? Thank you. And they will.
We own everything that goes down in our own classrooms. And what's going to be different on August or come out October 12th from August 24th? I'm left wondering if this is how our board and upper administration is passing the buck to teachers. It's become obvious over the past week that there's no fear of instilling the fear of sudden job loss in your employees. And like any middle-class citizens, we're tied to our professions for the sake of our families. You're asking teachers and administrators to figure out how to get kids back into school. And then when people start to get sick, I'm wondering if you're going to be ready to own the outcomes as your own. No, you didn't make the plans, but you're forcing their creation and their execution. And the ASD staff is going to do it because we need our jobs. But is the blame going to fall on teachers and principals when they're unable to perform the impossible? I ask you the heavy question, in your undeniable position of power, are you prepared to issue an apology to the family at the virtual bedside of an immunocompromised child or a grandparent or a previously healthy young teacher for sending them back into an enclosed space with 20 hugging, breathing, sneezing bodies during a pandemic? When I discuss my fears of the safety and well-being of my students and colleagues, my personal concerns of the actual number of students rostered to me in my online cohort and my ability to serve them in the capacity they deserve really pale in comparison, but those concerns exist for me as well. I ask that you please keep health at the forefront of this conversation as we go forward. And I'll get Adam.
Okay, I might go to another person and then come back. Jay Schultz.
Oh, hey everybody, how y'all doing?
Hello.
I'm exhausted.
Me too.
My name is Jay Schultz. I'm, a 15 plus year teacher here at the district, teach math. And there's been a lot said about the reopening plan during a pandemic, and that is not what I want to talk about here. I just want to say that I have never felt so devalued and disrespected as a professional in my entire career. I want it to be known that I feel like the very culture of this district is going down a road that makes me very nervous. There have been some things that have happened. I, along with other teachers, and by the way, I also want to say that I'm not the only one here. Sure, I'm not speaking for anybody else, but as I talk to other teachers, we're feeling this way. We put a lot of work that I'm very proud of into our mathematics programming, K through 12. And I just feel like it's being completely undermined. I found out the other day that some classes are being designed that were not the recommendation from the group, and that really concerns me. I want to talk about perception being reality. I could be completely off here. This could be completely wrong, but it's my perception. And so it's my reality. And that is that there's a small group of parents that care about their children, of course. It goes without saying. They think they're doing the right thing for their kids, but they're not educational experts. And they're trying to do things that are going to affect everyone negatively. We need to be trusted. We need to be heard. We need to be allowed to do our job. Yeah, that's the main thing. The last thing I want to say, I'm gonna keep it short because everybody's talking so much, but is I just want to put a call out to the silent majority of parents who do feel like things go well at this district, and we are serving the needs of children well, and they do trust us. We need to hear more from you. The board needs to hear more from you. So please, please, please. I know that this is on our minds right now, but I also want to keep, in mind that like this thing will end, and we will, have to continue on sort of as normal. And I just don't want things to happen that undermine and create a culture. I just want to remind the board too that, you spend a lot of money on a culture and climate survey. I kind of dare you to send that out again. I guarantee it's not going to look very good. So if that really is a priority for you, you've got to trust us. We have to feel like trusted professionals that we are. And I don't feel that way right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Looks like Adam's back. Adam?
Hey, Susan, thank you.
Sure.
I'm Adam Flatt. I teach 7th grade at Aspen Middle School. I'm entering my 9th year, and I've prepared a speech that really speaks a lot to me, and I believe a lot of other people. Aspen has been a retreat for the mind, body, and spirit for decades, but enter 2020. Our mental and physical health is compromised by the deadly virus COVID-19 and not protected by the special place we call home. We may think of ourselves as living in a bubble, but this bubble offers no protection. I'm worried that the virus seems not to be of significant concern for some people. It appears that this select few are making choices for a confused many. My mind, body, and spirit are exhausted. I'm reaching out to the school board and Dave not to visit our empty classrooms to think about a hybrid model, but to ask, Adam, how can we support you and your family during this time? Or how can we ensure success for our students, no matter their learning platform? But not just me, every other person who works at our school, our amazing custodians, superb office workers, awesome healthcare workers, highly educated teachers, and resilient bus drivers. We are the front line of education. Without us, there is no Aspen School District. The decision being handed down to us that we often learn about in newspapers these days are pushing us out of our professions because we aren't being valued as professionals. I work to support our students academically, emotionally, and socially based on my teaching experience and education. It feels that parent letters are suddenly influencing our decisions of our district leadership over the expertise of our experienced workforce. I stand by Liz and Jason to continue to lead AMS with a positivity and solid decision making they have been showing thus so far during this extremely difficult time to educate. The school year is not over. The school year has already barely begun. And I'm afraid that with reopening plans being pushed hard across our nation, this pandemic is in the same life stage. You may be creating what you deem a solution to student learning needs, but are you a part of the solution for the pandemic? We bring our students into our schools to become global citizens. I ask of you to demonstrate the capacity we hope for from them. We do not exist in a bubble, and the current reopening plan has obviously been created wishing that we could be. I want to be back in my classroom, truly, but I want more for my family, my students, and our community to have the privilege of living long, healthy, productive lives. Here are pleas. They are not just for our own health and well-being, but for yours as well. I really love my job and I want to keep working at my job. I love my coworkers, and they're not just coworkers, they're my friends, they're my family, and I rely heavily on them. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Adam. Mike Lyons. We'll go on. There's a Mackenzie. Serena Sieber. It's like the
I had to yell at my son to get off the internet so I can maybe have the bandwidth to do this. All right, happy International World Peace Day. My name is Serena Sieber. I've been teaching at Aspen High School since 2001, and I'm the parent of a graduate from last year and a current sophomore. I would just like to acknowledge that the true enemy here is the virus, and that none of us want to be having these conversations. We all want to be at school like we were last year in the fall. And so any kind of rhetoric that pits teachers and parents against each other or against our administration or against our board is misguided and destructive. We're all in this together. We're in a fight to keep our community healthy and safe while we weather the storm called COVID-19. We all want a quality educational experience for our students, and we all know that in order for people to learn, they need to feel safe. As a teacher at the high school and a parent, I believe that remote teaching actually provides both of these at this time. My colleagues and I and our administration have worked so hard over the summer and during these first few weeks of school to acquire the skills that allow us to provide students with an excellent education. And as a parent, I believe my son is being challenged in his classes and is developing skills that will serve him in life, both online and IRL. I urge you to consider what a hybrid learning plan at the high school will look and feel like. Teachers will be attempting to work with students from 6 feet away behind their masks and with students behind a computer screen. Students will be in class, but it will not look or feel the same as it did in the past, not until we've defeated this deadly disease. The disruptions to learning as we potentially go in and out of quarantine will definitely take a toll on all of us and will make the jobs of teaching and learning even more difficult than they already are. Students' emotional well-being will again be at risk as quarantine means absolutely no leaving the house or coming into contact with others. And I don't need to go into the emotional cost for all of us if one of their classmates or teachers dies as a result of this decision. I would argue that at least at the high school, because that's the world I'm in, we are effectively teaching academics and remote learning skills that students will need as they go to college and into the world. We're working to support students' social and emotional needs as best we can through one-on-one meetings and our new crew class. I understand the social emotional toll this is taking on all of us, but it's also a community problem, not just the schools. We've often heard people say, we love our teachers, and now is the time to show that. You attract and retain teachers by showing them you value their lives. Please listen to us and work with us so we can weather this storm together. High school teachers are providing quality education remotely, which is by far the safest option during this time. Please allow this to continue until our community has stopped the transmission of COVID-19. I have a little addition since Scott was bringing up this idea of teachers zooming in, and I just wanted to address that. I've been considering that idea of teachers zooming in and whether or not that could work, even if we did get all the subs volunteers from the community to watch over kids. And the problem I'm seeing with that model is that you're basing the recommendation on, like, no offense, an old school way of teaching that we don't really use anymore. We don't lecture students for a whole class period. We can't just be up there while they are in front of us. That style of teaching has actually been proven to be relatively ineffective for student retention. We now employ a workshop model that's based on current educational research, and it involves openers that we give to students that they respond to, then they can talk to a partner. We do a mini lesson where we provide a brief lecture or model something, and then student work time where teachers meet individually with kids or in small groups to support their practice. And we end class with a reflection or exit ticket so they really think about what they've learned. Teachers have made this workshop model work really well in the online format using Zoom and all the breakout rooms. This does not translate to a model with a teacher zooming in, and it will be very difficult to manage in the hybrid option. That being said, I really do appreciate some of the outside of the box thinking that we've been having, and that I hope that we can continue that outside of the box thinking together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Serena. Georgina. Are you there? Anybody else here for public comment that I called on and you weren't quite ready? I know Scott Ryder would like to speak a little bit, so we'll go to him right now. Scott, you there? Anyone else have public comment? Scott, are you there?
I am here. Sorry.
Okay, that's good.
Technical issues. So, so much to say, and I'll try to keep it brief. First, to all the school teachers, administrators, and everyone, thank you so much for all the efforts. I would agree with everyone that, well, maybe not everyone, but it seems as if we're all in this together and we're all trying together and we're all trying to come up with ideas to make this work better. Serena, I appreciate your words on the Zoom in idea not working as well, but you know, to me, this is going to be what the future is going to look like. There are going to be other sicknesses that are going to come along. And then also maybe we can turn this from lemons to lemonade, where this becomes a situation where People who are traveling can Zoom in for a class. People who are sick can Zoom in for a class. If a teacher's sick, they can Zoom in and help the substitute. It seems to me that this is kind of the future of what we're going to be dealing with, and this ought to be an opportunity for us to do it and do it right. I can't really speak to this short-term plan. That's over my pay grade. I'm just an idiot Aspen parent, but who went to Aspen High, so don't hold that against me. But in the long term, it seems to me we ought to have a plan here that does allow for people to Zoom in and out of class, to either be taught or to teach. And to me, that would seem like an admirable component of whatever's going on here. And it is a new normal. A new normal that's different, and we should start thinking out of the box for these new normals. And what I do know as a parent and as a once kid is the social interaction is terribly important. My suggestion, it just tears my heart apart to hear Tamara or Marnie and all of the teachers who are so afraid of going back to school. It tears my heart out to be the guy saying, let's get our kids back in school. What I please would hope you would all hear, at least me saying, is I'm not pushing you back into school. I'm not saying let's rush back to school. What I'm saying is maybe there's a model where we can get the kids into school sooner while you all can still feel safe at home. I don't understand why that is so difficult to at least pursue. Maybe it's not the best model. Maybe it evolves into being the best model. Maybe if we approach this as a team and we all work together in a way to try to make that kind of thing happen, that would really benefit us. There are a lot of parents out there, and some of the teachers have decried some of the wealthy people who have taken it upon themselves. I get it. That's fine. Aspen's a spoiled place. I grew up here. I know. But you know who this thing is hurting the most is the people at the bottom of the economic scale. That's who's really being torn apart, I think, by not being able to send their kids to school. And I think that that's an important consideration that needs to be made by everybody. I also think that it's very important. It's quite clear to me that which statistics are being cited, we're not all agreeing. I get it. It's an awkward situation. But the statistics that I see are that the flu is more deadly for kids than COVID. Now, okay, that's for kids. Why not make a situation where the parents / teachers can stay home and Zoom in? I volunteered to substitute. I'm getting my fingerprints on Wednesday. I'm not going to go I could speak forever on this, and you guys don't need it. My last suggestion request is that the teachers group and the school board work together with large full-page ads or whatever it is on the radio to try to get substitutes who are ready to come and help. A teacher can be at home leading the class or breaking out in Zoom classes while there's 1 or 2 volunteers in the class. Some people sort of criticized me for not being in reality and that the subs aren't there. Well, okay, they're not there right now. Let's try to find them. Maybe if people understand how important this is and how critical it is to us opening, they'll show up. I don't know. If they don't show up, we don't open. But it seems to me that we should be doing this kind of thing and really trying to get our kids back in school. The kids aren't getting sick from this. They're not dying from this at nearly the rate they do from flu. And I don't think we want to start closing down when it comes to flu. So anyway, my apologies to any teacher out there who thinks that I'm trying to push or force. I'm not. That is not what I'm saying. And my condolences to the school board for having to make these very difficult decisions, and to our new superintendent, Dave Bow, who's trying his hardest to get through all this. Everyone's working on it. The worst thing we can be doing is going at each other's throat and pointing fingers. And thank you to the teachers and administrators. I appreciate it all.
Thank you, Scott. Sarah Benson, did you have something?
And can I come back to at some point, Susan? It's Georgina. I tried desperately to get on, but it didn't work.
Okay, yeah, let me get Sarah and then you can be next.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not on the agenda, so I appreciate the ability to randomly speak. My question is concerning, or I guess maybe it's just really a concern in general, is that if the school spikes in, if we go open and we spike in COVID, what does that look like for the greater community as far as increase in COVID could potentially shut down restaurants, shut down the ski mountains, and for our bigger community, that could be a real big problem as it was in the spring. And are we looking at that? Are we looking at what consequences we have? If we have a good outbreak or a large outbreak with the schools opening, what does that do to the larger community and the ripple effect throughout? And is the county part of this conversation? Are they not part of the conversation? And I would just love for everyone to think of the larger community. Yes, we want kids back in school, but at what cost?
Thanks, Sarah. Georgina?
Just play with her for a minute.
Okay, sorry. I'm having to do this from a phone. I'm in the bus barn right now and realizing that there's no camera that works. So I apologize. So I submitted a letter to the school district personnel and to you guys as board members over the weekend. And I think Eliza, per request, had included it somehow in your inserts for kind of public review. So I'm not going to read my letter, but I think it kind of dovetails well onto Sarah Benson's comments, Jay Schultz's comments. Scott Ryder and I have actually been in communication since he was in the last board meeting. I reached out to him and I'm like, I really appreciate your comments, but this is what's going through my mind. So I'm going to just restate some of the things that are a concern from a different angle. And so I am Georgina Levy. I grew up in Aspen, went to the Aspen School District, taught for 18 years. I've been in the district now for 22 years. I'm an education advocate now. I do teach privately. I have a private learning pod, but I teach driver's ed, which is why I'm in the bus barn. I'm also a bus driver. And so I have kind of shifted roles. And so I'm going to talk to you quickly from the support staff perspective and just how nerve-wracking it is to think about how we do this from the underlying layers, more, below the teacher layers, below the administration layers. And so I'm doing this with Reagan's permission, by the way, who can't speak tonight. So there's a couple of issues. I'm very COVID sensitive, but I'm not COVID fearful. And yet I totally respect the people who are so worried about COVID. And so that's partly why I'm so worried about this opening plan. When you think about the bus drivers and the ones who are on the front line with kids of all different schools with this potential plan of opening with everybody in it, we do have some pretty severe problems we're going to have to consider. One of them is that we don't have enough bus drivers to cover our routes and to the sports and everything else already. I was out last week because I got contact traced. I was not sick. I didn't have any symptoms, but I still was required to quarantine for 2.5 days because I was caught at day 10. And I had to get a test to make sure that I was safe to come back to work. In that time, people from other departments had to cover my bus route and 2 sports teams had to cover their own routes when in fact they were supposed to go on a bus. So that's one issue that we have. When you think about the exposure for bus drivers, you are talking about the highest exposure of probably anybody in the district because you're talking about mixing kids from all the buildings. There is no way to really hold the cohorts together when we're talking about bringing everybody back. We also have the highest risk employee pool of the entire district. 30% of our employees are over 60. There's some real concern from them. There's some who have refused to actually drive this year, which is part of the reason why we do have a shortage of bus drivers. So that would be something that is not easy to fill in with a sub. Getting a CDL is not easy. A lot of people don't want to do it even in good times. And now we've got a real pressure to try to, fill those positions. And I've polled a couple people and found that really transportation is the equitable thing about a school district. It is the #1 most equitable thing about it because every kid can access school by taking transportation to and from school. But if we have one person in our department who comes down positive with COVID, our entire department may have to shut down because we're all in contact with each other. We're in small spaces. We are doing the best we can to be safe, to make sure that we're doing what we can to manage the risk, but it's pretty serious at times. And it's coming up, just from my situation last week, it just kind of proved how weird it got and how hard it can be, even though I really had no symptoms at all. And I wasn't asymptomatic because my test came back negative. The last thing I just want to comment on is the culture and climate that Jay Schultz commented on and a couple others. I am really, really concerned about the backwards kind of trend that I'm seeing within the district just in the past couple weeks. This is like us versus them, and you could put anybody in the us position and anybody in the them position, but it's increasing. It's causing incredible anxiety. It's really causing some high emotions, some people who feel like their jobs are threatened, some just real issues that I don't think need to be there. So I'm really just asking that when we're all interacting with each other, that we are keeping, our delivery and our tone and all at the forefront of what we're saying to each other, how we're coming across, what it is we're trying to communicate, and just be really, really empathetic. It's just hard. It's super hard for everybody. And I'm worried about this for the ballot issue that's coming up in November. I really hate to think that the community is against us as a school district because we're not doing enough to provide services for the kids. So I do have two quick solutions. One, this is my husband's solution, to poll the parents and let them know exactly what it is that we are challenged with in order to make in-person learning safe. It's subs, it's transportation issues, it's HVAC issues, it's custodial and sanitation issues, like really letting them know where we stand. I love that Scott wants to be a sub. We need more of them. We're going to have some gaps that we're not going to be able to fill. I heard Joanne say earlier that we can spend as much money as necessary to make this right. Sadly, this comes down to human people and like people not willing to take these jobs, not just the money involved. So that's my biggest concern. And the second piece is that I kind of see that we're going to have to do remote learning at some point during this school year, all of us. I just kind of foresee that we're not going to get through this winter unscathed. And I would love to see us try to really build up the support systems that are already started by AFC, Aspen Family Connections, by the Youth Center and Michaela and Brittany and their staff over there who have created 3 groups. Well, I'm one of those groups, but 2 other groups in the Youth Center to create equity for families who need it. And maybe that means going out into the community and finding extra spaces, using some of our subs who have offered to be those subs to go and monitor that supervised learning. Places like the North 40 has a common room, maybe Aspen Chapel, Snowmass Chapel. There's a lot of like unused spaces that maybe we could create the same groups and create the equity that would help people feel like their kids are being supported even when they can't be in-person learning. So thank you.
Thank you, Georgina. Anyone else have public comment right now? I think what I'd like to do is take a short break, and when we come back, we'll hear from the DAC, and then we'll have a chance for superintendent and board members to sort of comment on what we've heard. So if that works for everybody, we'll take 5 minutes and then come on back, and we'll see you in just a bit.
Sounds good. Thanks, Susan.
Susan, how long is a bit?
5 minutes. So it is 7:24, 25. So let's do 7:30.
7:30. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody's trickling back in here. Katie's back, Dwayne's back. Okay, Jim, I see you're here. we'd like to move on to the DAC update, and I think you've got a recommendation for us.
Yes, we do.
We'd love to hear it. Thanks.
I've got Krista with me as well. I'm
Good.
Jim Pomeroy. I am the co-chair of the District Accountability Committee. Before I get into some of the specifics of our recommendation, I would like to comment that something we have been talking about as a DAC. It was our first recommendation to the board, actually, and it's a thing we're hearing throughout the last 3 hours of comment and communication is communication, that there needs, the school district as a whole has had a constant problem with communication, and a two-way communication, listening to the community as well as letting the community know what they want to do. And that seems to be an overriding theme that has gone through every single thing we've heard tonight. Nobody seems to be talking to each other. Teachers don't seem to be talking to the administration, and vice versa. The parents aren't talking to the teachers and not talking to the district. And even as the administration was giving their plan, the board members had questions about it. So there was obviously some communication breakdown there as well. So it just seems like this is an across the board problem that doesn't seem to be going away. And it was why that was the first recommendation we ever made, was to improve that communication through staff and through programs. Beyond that, based on feedback from the Aspen School District community, we had our last DAC meeting and we had a pretty large attendance. We heard a lot of smoke coming from the middle school. I don't know that there's fire there, but there's definitely smoke. And if there's smoke, there needs to be some investigation. So our recommendation is that by November 1st, the administration should complete an evaluation of the AMS leadership team and academic program and provide an update on the K through 12 academic audit for ELA and math, and consider high quality academic programs such as IB middle years or expeditionary learning as a middle school curriculum. Once again, this doesn't mean that there's fire, but there's enough conversation, there's enough people talking that there needs to be some investigation of what's going on there. And we're hearing a lot. I think something's got to be done, or we're just going to keep hearing more. Our next recommendation is that the superintendent should immediately create a hard timeline for the search to fill the opening for a permanent middle school principal. The DAC recommends that this search should begin no later than the end of this calendar year. Last, put in place and communicate to the community a detailed COVID-19 reentry plan for the school district. I think we heard that again and again. I think several things that I heard from Kay as well as the other teachers shows that the communication has not been happening. That, you know, we have school reopening next week for middle school. And I think that's the first for most of us of ever even hearing this. And I don't know that there's been communication back and forth on if that's the right date or what the timeline is or what the benchmarks are or any other piece of this. It only takes about 10 minutes to put together a survey, monkey survey, and send it out. It's not that hard, and that's not happening. These are basic steps. Krista, do you want to add anything to that?
I think you said it very well, Jim. Thank you.
Board members, is there any questions?
Jim, I'd just like to clarify, questions that we were asking were to make sure everything was clearly articulated and communicated. So, you know, just be clear that it was more about communication than being clueless.
No, and I didn't say that, and I appreciate that, but I guess it seems like there was a lot of questions that should have been things that were had already been communicated before the questions came out. So that was why I was a little like, it just seemed like the very things you were asking were things that should have been communicated before you ever even had to ask them. So that leads back to where we started.
Any other board comments? Okay, I think what we've done we've got, and for kind of boiling it down to your recommendations, we appreciate it, and we will put that on a future agenda so that the board can talk about it and go from there. Any other questions or comments for the DAC? Okay, we're going to move on. We've got a superintendent update and board update, and so this is a chance for any of us to. We've heard a lot of feedback tonight and in the emails over the weekend, and in the past week even. So I appreciate everyone's just that they care, and there are a lot of people who really care, and so I think if we can take that and we can harness it and move it all in the same direction for the good of our kids, we'll be doing a really great thing. So board members or Dave, if you want to kind of give any comments or other updates.
Sure, Susan, if I could just dive in for
absolutely.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank everybody for the help frame the conversation better than it was before. So I appreciate the board, saying, give us a plan. And and I appreciate the folks who worked on the plan, and I certainly appreciate the feedback and the, well over 200 folks who were on this call this evening, because this is hard and it is a time of high anxiety. And so for those folks who said, we can do better, I appreciate that. And I really hope that, moving forward out of this conversation and countless other ones, that we can work better and work closer and really kind of deal with this tough time. It's a very tough time. And, I did go back to the plan. The very first word was safety. So safety is really important. And, a plan is just that. It's a plan, and it can be adjusted, and it can be tweaked, and it can be changed. And, we've got a lot of good feedback tonight. And so we will continue to address those issues. And as to the DAC comments, I want to thank them as well. It was a robust meeting that Theron and I had to leave early, but these are some good targets, and we can definitely work on that and make sure that we're hitting those targets. And so that's pretty much kind of where I am for this evening. Just to inform the board in sort of a non sequitur that we are working on joining basically a class action lawsuit against Juul. I learned that Colorado is the #1 state in the nation for using Juul products, the vaping stuff, and ski towns are the #1 sites within Colorado for using that. So we did meet with an attorney earlier this week, or late last week, and we will be recommending to the board that we join this class action lawsuit at no real cost to the district. So that is a sort of a non sequitur on this evening. That is part of the update of continuing to try to advance some of the work in the district. So But that's basically where we are this evening.
Thanks, Dave. Board members?
Sure. Oh my. It is so great to be in a community that has so many passionate people. I have heard from so many people in the last weeks. I mean, parents, community members, teachers, staff, support staff, administrators, through email, text, social media. I mean, pretty much any way that you can get a hold of me, I've heard stuff. And I am just overwhelmed with, the passion that everybody brings to this. And from the students too. I've heard from a lot of students. I've talked to a lot of students. Granted, my exposure is not as broad as I wish it were, but I have talked to a lot of students as well. And I think I just want to reiterate something that many people have said over this meeting today, which is I think everyone's coming from a place of truly trying to figure out what's the best thing for our community at large. And, and I appreciate that. And we're left as board members in a position that's really tenuous. We have lots of differing opinions. There's not two sides to this, there's 37 sides to it. And there's a lot of difficult decisions that need to be made. There are a lot of unanswered questions. We are fully cognizant that we are dealing in a global pandemic, unprecedented. We all as individual people on the board, I certainly have had this touch me in a number of ways. We get it, we're not blind to it. We have family and friends and businesses and we're in the middle of it as well. So, a number of people have said, let's make sure that we're understanding that people are coming out of this with, the best intentions. And I want to assure you that's certainly the case in my view. It seems to me that one of the biggest, there's two big issues. One, the DAC brought up, which is communication, which is difficult in these times, and trust. And, there's been a breakdown of trust of how we work together. And that's something that we need to work to heal as we go through that. But I don't think that it means that we stop. We're all in this together, but we need to figure out a way to move forward. For me, I look at our district mission, which reads, students will realize their full potential, appreciate the relevance of their education, be excited to learn, and be empowered for success. And in my view, our plan is supportive of that. And in my view, it's the best way to support that. After listening to all of this, I firmly believe that we need to continue to push forward to reopen the schools in person, to follow the plan, to modify it as we need to continue to grow it as we need to, and to work to do what's best for our students. And I believe this in-person approach as we move to the hybrid model and then eventually in person is the way to go. I think we need to all keep in mind that this pandemic's not going away in a month or two. This is a long-term thing, and these kids are very severely impacted by it. These families are very severely impacted by it. And to me, having kids back in person is the best for them, and it's the best for our community. After listening to all these sides, that's where I come out on it. And I know there's, as I said, there's 37 different views, but at some point you got to make a decision, and I really view it as it's the best for the kids to follow through, and I'm very supportive of this plan with, the understanding we'll continue to evolve and modify as we need, as things evolve. So, thank you.
Thanks, Katie. Other board members?
Want to go, Jonathan?
Okay. So first, thanks to all of you for getting us this far. I think we can't miss it, and Susan talked about it at the beginning, that it's taken a lot of effort, and it's greatly appreciated. It was great to be able to go visit the school and talk to Lisa and several other teachers, the group of the fourth grade teachers as well. Just see how things were happening on the ground and how you guys are doing on a day-to-day basis as well. Then also stop by and visit all the buildings. See how we're doing with the special ed kids that are there in person. And then, we tried to get in, talk to a couple teachers who are also doing the online thing. And then also thank you to all the teachers who reached out in the last couple of days, and I had a chance to talk with, just to kind of about what you're experiencing and everything that's happening there, and kind of what this whole thing looks like from your perspective. So appreciate all those things, and we appreciate all the work that's going through. And the other comment I wanted to make was, as far as when I would listen to things, a lot of the comments that were made, they talked about a lot of the future challenges that we'll have as we move forward. And I think that, the important thing is to realize that we will have future challenges, and things are gonna not go perfectly and as smoothly as everything wants as we continue to move forward. We are gonna have to get back to things being as normal as possible, given whatever conditions we have. And right now we have, a certain set of conditions, and we've got to look how to operate best in those conditions, and understanding that, at some point in time, independent of if we're in school or not, somebody's going to get sick, and we'll need to, have a replacement ready for them to be able to teach online or something along those lines, just like in our everyday lives. So we just need to continue to work hard to overcome those challenges, understand that there's gonna be there, continue to try and work as a team, and then continue, to really try and have respectful dialogue that helps us move forward and be empathetic to other people's points of view, and really try and bring those all on board. So, those were the kind of general things I would say. As far as the plan itself, I like, and maybe some of the things that we didn't talk about as much, is that this has been worked a lot with the county, very much a lot going on with understanding with Jason Vance and those guys, kind of what their recommendations are, and working kind of with the doctors and the health experts to make sure that we have things going forward that are working and are based on that information. I really like that it has a risk mitigation component going forward. I mean, it's not like it has some methodical steps. It gives us moments to go through and pause and consider how we're doing. And then, if we need to tack another way, or, delay one school opening because of something that's going on that we didn't predict, all those things are kind of built into the plan. And it also, I heard people talk about, it wasn't clear specifically under what conditions we would continue to move forward. And it seems very clear in the plan to me that if we're in the blue or in the yellow, according to the Pitkin County Health Meter, that we want to continue, based on their guidance, to have a measured opening plan that mitigates risks and helps us move forward in the process of opening the schools in person, which also based on a ton of feedback, and also the most vulnerable parts of the population are the ones most affected by this. And, that's what we're seeing. That's what everybody's talking about. And so, how can we help out those people as much as possible as we continue to move forward in a manner that's safe for everybody? So those would kind of be my general comments, as long as that. I do still feel like there's a lot of concern still, and it's clear here from the teachers about how, for whatever the reason, we're not getting to the point where everybody feels as comfortable as safe. I really loved Tana's ideas in terms of around, okay, well, here's my problem and here's a potential solution. I really thought that was great. So, you know, as we move forward, it's just how can we rally the community and how can we rally the resources and everything we need to get those potential solutions in place, so that we can continue to move forward. So I think, you know, those are the kinds of things I think that's like, you know, okay, well, we need to, do we have plexiglass barriers on the desks and when are we going to get them? And, you know, those kinds of things that I think just help, you know, people continue to move forward and continue to advance and all these things. So I think, you know, as I take away the discussion tonight, and I think, you know, we kind of need to get to that next level of detail. And then obviously in the administration, working together with everybody to kind of continue to move forward. And I think, you know, there's a set of dates that have been initially put out here by Dave. And I think we got to move forward and see if those are where we need to move forward with that date on September 28th and all those kinds of things. And that's something that I think the administration needs to work on, and getting all the teachers and everybody to continue to move forward with going forward with that. So that's what I would say. I don't know. Any other, you up next, Dwayne?
Yeah, you wrapped up. That's good. And I'll try to keep this brief, Susan, so you can kind of do some wrap up here. I am extremely bummed out, but I am not down and out. I'm bummed out because I got the sense in the feeling that there's a bit of a, I don't know, a perception that the board doesn't have all the right empathy and understanding and appreciation for the plight of the teacher. And that bums me out big time. It bums me out big time. I feel like there's a bit of a, oh yeah, well, we're going to put it to you type of thing. And there hasn't been as much, I think, participation in the task force that we put together. You know, the first wave was 6 weeks ago, and I've been in there the whole time, and there's been some quality conversations, but it's from a select few. It's a very small universe. I'd love to see more of these comments and these committed professionals that have spoke to us tonight to engage and to help bring up solutions and to help craft your schoolhouse tactics. If you're expecting the school board to craft tactics, then you're woefully, I think, off the mark. That's not our position, and frankly, it's not even our expertise. Number one. Number two, Aspen Community Schools, where my wife teaches. She taught in the school district as well. In fact, let's be clear, everyone, the Aspen Community School is a school in the district. It's one of us. They get public funding to pay their teachers to provide those teaching services, the education to our kiddos who opt to be in that building. They are public servants just like you, just like us, just like us. The community pays all of us, pays us zero, but pays you to do the services, to provide the educational experiences for our kids. Public service, public servants. When I hear the comments about I'm afraid, I get that. In fact, I too was very afraid back in April when I came down with COVID. I spent 2.5 weeks in my bedroom. I have a company of 107 people now in the Valley. Sean Gleason and I are partners together with Jim Corpola and Jerome Simasek. Those are names that I hope many of you guys know and respect and love. 7 of our employees have had COVID. 4 actually direct, 3 with family members, direct family members that kept them off the playing field, so to speak. We are an essential service. So I'm trying to let you know, I don't say that from some sort of like, hey, cool, we got the stripes on our shoulders, we know better. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we have, unfortunately, had to tangle with it, and we've gone through the experiences. So there is some understanding and some empathy that exists from the school board. All of us. I am bummed out, but I'm not down and out. We are going to solve this. This is really high quality feedback. And what happened?
Ned's sharing his screen. I don't know if he meant to be. Continue talking. We'll see what he's going to quit.
There we go.
I am bummed out, but now I'm back on the screen, and then so I'm less bummed out. Aspen Community School is very much like us. They have a hybrid model. It is a very much I mean, I know it firsthand. I mean, I helped Margaret set up some of our classrooms. There's a lot of work. It's an intensity. It's a hybrid model. It's not a full model. I'm not saying that. And she has, you know, the 16 or 17 kindergarten kids, and she has a co-teacher in Catherine Ryerson. It's good that they have all this, but they're not that dissimilar from us. And they're now, today starts their 5th week of the hybrid plan. So they got kiddos in there every day and every week. I'm not saying therefore, you know, we're broken and they're fixed. I'm just simply saying it's a model with data and evidence within our school district that we cannot ignore. We cannot ignore. We will solve this together. This is high quality feedback tonight. And it's clear that we're not quite ready for prime time, but we are hopefully starting to rally intent and the desire to solve, as opposed to the holdup and there's just kind of the pushback. It's like, okay, let's be part of the solution. Everyone talks about how cool Aspen is about being part of the solution. Okay, let's do it. Finally, let's do it. Let's get into this. Oh, we need time for planning. You do. We do. It's true. We're not ready. If we need a slide, that's the whole point. The plan identified some aggressive dates to try to put some stakes in the ground that we can all focus upon and elevate the priority and the energies required to get ready. So for that part of the plan, I'm actually thankful. No, we're not there, and it caused a lot of angst here tonight, but I think angst kind of produces priority and some energy and some emphasis, which will yield a better plan for us. Please, please, please know that the community is 110% behind our teachers. And yeah, you're right, Jay. The climate and culture is probably, you know, it's in the crapper right now. I will agree with that. But that doesn't mean we can't start tomorrow, but making it better. I am bummed out, but I am not down and out. And nor are you. We have to solve this together. We've got to get the kids. Final comment. We talked about the anxieties of the administration and of the teachers and of our professionals. Totally 110% get it. But I also find that the anxiety and the stress and the social emotional impacts for our kids are equally important, if not more. We had a suicide just this weekend, a community member in Aspen. Pickens County is one of the highest rates of suicide in the state and the union. That's a fact. I mean, I worry about that. And I know you guys do as well. So let's keep all of that on the radar as we decide what's the best details for our plan. And we are going to get this done. And we're going to slowly step through this together. And we're going to get our kids at some level and scale back to a piece of what they could be doing and should be doing. And we're going to continue to monitor. And we're not going to put anyone in undue risk or harm. That's a fact. There you go. That's my view on the whole thing. And I know that Dave, we should have another task force meeting, I would say like pronto, like tomorrow, and continue to work the details and flesh out the disconnects such that we get more consensus and a stronger base of buy-in so that the plan can be implemented. I hope you agree with that, Dave.
So, Dwayne, it's scheduled for 3:30 tomorrow. And one of the things that Liz Mader shared with us was the list that the middle school had identified as missing. or that they had an ask list, if you will. And one of the things that we've talked about is supporting the middle school much more. And Theron is going to be, and I are going to be spending a lot more time, but especially Theron, in the middle school moving forward. So tomorrow, we're going to dive into the middle school, get on top of their ask list, and we'll share that with the committee, tomorrow afternoon. But we know, and we discussed as a committee, that these are first steps and that we're going to have to continue to work together, continue to meet regularly, and continue to address these issues, right? And, so we'll continue that. We thank AEA for all their survey work, and, we're launching some of our own in the next day or so as well around, online schooling needs, the plexiglass question. One of the reasons we haven't focused on that is there's absolutely no research that it makes any difference at all. But, it seems intuitively to make sense. So if that's a high priority for our teachers, which I heard it might be and probably is tonight, we should do that. So, we can definitely go after that. So we're continuing to move forward on this, and we'll work very closely with the middle school and try to figure out what the need list is. And, as I said, we can adapt and overcome. I believe that. And if we're not aiming for, something, then we'll never hit anything. So that's part of the mission of the plan.
That's great. Thanks, Dave. Any other comments, anyone? I appreciate everyone's time and really just honest conversation. And I think it's so important and just so valuable. So I have just a lot more confidence and I just feel more optimistic about where we're heading, because we've got some real concrete specifics that we need to hash out. And so we can certainly do that and just keep listening and keep working with each other.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we're being very clear with our community on how we are proceeding tonight with the plan as it's been laid out.
Dave, you want to?
Could you speak to Dave? We're working on a week from tomorrow for the middle school. It's my understanding, I am supportive of moving forward on that. I understand there are lots of things to do to get there. But if you could speak to that, so we're very clear with the parent and student and teacher community, what the outcome is of this 4 hours of conversation.
And I would just say it sounds like a good goal, but it also sounds like we've got a lot to do. So I don't want us to, rush and not do it well. So that would sort of be my position. Dave?
Well, with those guiding principles, we can definitely move forward, aiming for the 29th. We're not going Monday. We would go Tuesday to start this. And what we are trying to do is open with the A through M coming back next Tuesday on a second bus run that would drop them at the school a little bit before 9. So that's the goal for that. To Susan's point, and to the points that we've, learned from Liz, so, there are some concerns and some issues at the middle school. So we're going to take a look at that, and we're trying to make that happen, right? So we are going to go into the school. We're going to spend time with Liz and Jason, and, they're working side by side with us, and we're, very pleased about that. And we're trying to figure out how to eliminate their concerns so that we can open the school safely to, the middle school students in cohort A next week. And we'll probably know now that if this is a green light for the plan, then we can really go for it and try to make it happen. We've been thinking about it for a while. We've been talking about eventually going to hybrid, not just since the last board meeting, but on and off since we first opened, because it seems like a normal transition in the new normal that we would return at least partially to some form of in-person learning. So we have been talking about it and we've been focusing on it, and it seems like a logical next step. So, we're optimistic, guardedly optimistic, but we will be working closely with the stakeholders at AMS around the next stage, if you will, about this. That's kind of where we are. I think we have a goal of trying to get to hybrid. We have a goal of trying to get there next Tuesday. And, we're going to work very closely with AMS.
And I would just say we were fairly successful with the elementary school, but we also gave them a little extra time. So if that's necessary, I think that would be nice to help the middle school be successful as well.
Well, and the team had talked about we had thought about the 28th, but shifted it to the 29th for a logical reason. But we'd also talked about going to, I guess it's October 5th. Is that the next Monday? And all that does is it just moves the plan out. And if that really helps, then, we could certainly do that. But, I think at this point we need to get into the middle school and spend some time with them and work with them and try to figure out just where we are. And we can, make a definitive announcement, within a few days.
I think that would be helpful to certainly have a go, no go date. And if people need to plan, need to understand. Everybody does.
Sure. Well, and I have a bad tendency of being overly optimistic about posting stuff too soon. So I need to be careful with that. But I think, we can, dive in there with Theron, myself, Jorge, and we can really take a good look at it. The needs list that, Liz shared briefly, but we could most likely call go, no go by, 3 o'clock on the 24th, which is Thursday.
Good.
Hey, thanks, Susan.
That's good based on some of the feedback we've heard tonight.
What do you think, Susan?
It still doesn't feel like as much time as we gave the elementary school. And so to me, I just would like to, do it right and do it to where we feel comfortable. And, it's worth it to be able to actually then stay in a mode for a while and to, have our teachers feel comfortable. And so I would rather not rush it. And I know that, the elementary school had the luxury of doing this planning time and the working out the details while they were not trying to teach at the same time. So that's a whole different ballgame. And we just need to be conscious of that. We can't act like we don't know that that's going on. I mean, that's important. And so they need some time, and we need to plan for some time to get these details worked out with our middle school staff.
So then what's the goal? I mean, I think we need, clarity before agreement on this. What exactly is the goal then? What is more time? What's enough time? It can't just be an amorphous more time. We need to have an objective, or it will just go on forever. So,
if I may answer that, I think that the goal would be to obviously develop sufficient level of detail, coordination, contingency plans, and action steps for every particular scenario and event as we move through each week, and have that tactically, that is down at the granular level within each schoolhouse, because we know that they're operating on different standards and operating with different kids, so that there's enough consensus that we can move forward some level of agreement. That is to say, across the district and therefore across the community. I mean, you've heard my frustrations, but I think we would be ill-advised to try to jam. Ill-advised. I do believe, however, that I heard enough positive feedback from everyone that commented. Everyone that commented has the right intention and a lot of good ideas that have been identified. I'd like to make sure that we capture that, and I know that the schoolhouse leaderships would probably echo those sentiments to kind of further bolster and strengthen their individual schoolhouse plans so that we can move forward with a higher degree of trust and confidence and comfort, so that we can, I envision, this is not rocket science. I envision at some point we're just going to start getting into a hybrid level of in-class instruction, and it's going to be a bear, as everyone has said, between the online and the in-class, but then we, hopefully with good data and good evidence and good behaviors, we're able to continue to model to go to super hybrid, which is another way of saying many days in class, fewer days online. And then at some point, somewhere in the future, again, with good data, good behavior, and some good tracking, we get eventually to back in class. The dates, I think right now we're good placeholders. They got some attention. We need to focus on the detail in order to achieve more agreement and consensus. That's how I see the steps occurring, and it starts tomorrow.
And I think
I'd love to see, sorry, Susan, I'd love to see double the participation. And I know that Dave would say, oh my God, I don't want to hurt that many cats, but there's some good detail that can be organized at each one of the schoolhouses that's already just been banted around. And I know that schoolhouse leadership, they would say to me, hey, Romero, shut up. I've done a lot of good detail work here and we're already prepared. That's fine. That's absolutely right. Which is, I don't need to know every last tactical little step or procedure, nor should the board have to know that granular detail, and nor should the community expect their board to craft that. We're all broken if that occurs.
I hear you. I just feel like we need more clarity around this for the community. I mean, I see this as a very slippery slope without more definition. I think that, and the reason why, it was intimated earlier that it was a group of, wealthy parents or something pushing this. At the end of the day, the kids that are really at risk are truly at risk at home. And our community has been reaching out and crying for these kids to be taken care of, and they're not being taken care of. I hear from parents who have older kids watching younger kids, and they're not all that old, while they're at work. And we need some solutions here for the families. And I can't condone a just, oh, let's kind of see approach. I think part of the reason we asked for some firm dates is to try to get some planning for the community in general. And I feel like we need to do that and set a goal, set a metric. And if it's the week after that, that's fine, but it can't be amorphous. We need to have some goals that we're trying to reach.
Katie, maybe what I heard, or maybe I would try and express it in this way, is that, we can have some extra planning days if that's decided upon the group by the task force is what's needed for, be it training or whatever, but, maybe just throwing out a day here that this shouldn't move past August or October 5th. If we're saying the 29th, that gives another 4 days. It would be similar to the amount of time that we gave additional to the elementary school to get open, if I remember correctly. So maybe that's something I would just throw out there as a possibility. I mean, I would like to open the 29th if Dave and the team can have those meetings and get that done. In fact, any day before the 5th, I would be happy if it's the 30th or the 1st or whenever it can be. But I would sure hate to, I don't think we should let it slip more than to October 5th. I mean, that would be my feeling.
It sounds like if we start the task force conversation, we'll have a much better idea of how long we will need and how we can plan the time for planning. So I agree. I think that October, whatever date you said, 5th. But maybe, shoot to have at least know what the issues are by the 29th that we need to be addressing.
And I think it would be along the lines on the last time when we talked about this, we need to know specifically what those days are going to be used for. So I heard here there was some technology training that people were discussing. There was training around, just kind of the walkthrough. People were discussing things along those lines. So it's definitely not a blank check that I'm saying, yeah, just another 4 or 5 days or whatever. We need to have an additional 2 days or 3 days or 4 days, whatever it is. And here's how we're going to use them to get prepared to be able to open on the date that we're going to open. So I think that would be, the best way to move forward.
Does that sound reasonable, Dave?
It does. And, I think, to quote a colleague, October 5th is, a hard stop. We'll meet with, middle school tomorrow. We have task force tomorrow afternoon. Coming out of the task force, we'll have a better sense of what we're using the time for, we'll have a better sense of using the time after meeting with middle school leadership. And they have a leadership team. Maybe we can get some of their time, and we can get more information as to the specifics for the middle school by tomorrow afternoon. We agree here that October 5th is the hard stop, as I said, to quote a colleague, and we can move forward that way. And if we can pull it off earlier, we will. But, there's transportation to factor in and that sort of thing. So if we're pushing back, we need to push back transportation and let parents know that as well. So, that's part of it, of having a good plan, is so that we can make a good commitment to our families. And so that we can plan on getting, at least A through M in a reasonable time and meet them and their needs.
Another thing that, as I've been learning more and more about this, and feedback I've gotten from a lot of the teachers as well, and some of our conversations here, what I would hate to have happen, Dave, is to have the elementary school, that planning doesn't continue full speed ahead. It seems to be that the group that, at least based on the feedback I've gotten, that's managing this the best, understanding that all groups are being challenged by this, is probably the high school, in terms of how the kids are adapting to the learning model, and just how they're able to do that more independent. And so elementary school and trying, if we're saying we're giving until October 5th here, is there a way that we cannot let that elementary school date slip as well? It would be great if you could, take that into consideration, and, instead of just moving the whole plan back by this one thing, is there anything we can do to not let those other things slip? So I don't expect an answer now. It's just a comment, and to take into consideration.
I would agree with that. I think, if we need to reorder, because one school might be more able to move at a different pace and might have fewer different issues, I'd certainly be open to talking about that. But I think that that's something that needs to be, you know, articulated in the next couple of days. What I'm really concerned about is creep of, we get to October 5th and we have the same conversation again, and we get another 2 weeks, and then another 2 weeks, and you know, and we're not.
I think we can probably look at the elementary school as an example and hope to proceed in that way, and that's what my direction would be. Is let's shoot for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree, and we've all said that everybody's done a great job in getting that open, and you know, teachers are feeling safe. There's definitely, I'm not saying that there's not things that need to be worked on, and they're popping up right here on the chat now. So there's definitely still work that needs to be done there, and to continue to move forward and work together as a team to solve those problems. But you know, it's working, and you know, we heard from several of the teachers tonight, and you know, we're grateful for that. And so how can we kind of replicate those small successes across the different schools and continue to move forward and help out our community. So that's that, or that would be my thought on the matter.
So Dave, do you feel like you've got our take on it?
I think so. Yeah.
Repeat what you think you heard for everybody, so we're all clear, including everybody listening to the 191 people listening to this call.
Sure. You know, because we're pushing back middle school reopening by, you know, a week, you know, we want to look at how that affects the other schools. And, you know, the elementary school is, you know, in my mind, sort of stands separately from that because they're separate and, you know, different bus runs. So we look at that, we look at the timing, and we make sure that we get things taken care of to try to increase the level of comfort with, you know, teaching directly in the school setting. So yes, I do get that. And, you know, as I said, our plan is to meet with the middle school leadership team tomorrow and, you know, go to the task force in the afternoon and come out of that with, you know, a more concrete date for the middle school hybrid to reopen.
So I would suggest we have some version of community communication, you know, prior to probably Thursday, it sounds like then, of where exactly we are in this.
Yeah, at the latest.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good.
I just had I didn't have a comment on the plan. I had another comment, Susan.
Okay.
One thing I did, or hope we could continue to explore, Dave, is how we help the community with the spaces that we have available in the buildings themselves, if we can. I mean, we have a gym, a theater. You know, the high school is not planning to go back for an extended period of time under the current plan. I mean, it's going to be a while longer. Is there ways that we can use those spaces to continue to help support some other kind of, you know, daycare for the community? You know, I understand there's important measures that we need to take to, you know, separate the teachers, children who are there, and that service we're providing. But I don't know. I mean, is there a way to? I saw a small amount of kids in a giant gym. You know, I don't know. Can we divide that or something? I'm just throwing out ideas, but you know, it would be great if that's something we could do to help the community as well, as an additional space to provide daycare or whatever somehow, and to help people that are struggling through this process. So I'll just throw that out there. Again, not expecting an answer, but I think it would be great if we could somehow figure out a way to do that as well.
Yeah, we can take a look at that. It turns out that, you know, the gym group, even though they're separated, it's a single cohort. So that room becomes, you know, kind of, there's not many kids in there because there's It's a single cohort.
Okay.
From a contact tracing perspective. There's been a lot of lines about Aspen Elementary School air quality. We are working on that. We are ordering the materials and finalizing the work chart for Aspen Elementary, Aspen Middle, Aspen High School, and the Cottage, because all 4 buildings will have the air quality with the bipolar ionization addressed, and they're working on that work chart. So Linda Warho has been working with that from a processing of payment or of credit application, and so that we can move everything forward. So we're working to turn that around as fast as possible. But we are hopeful that by the end of October at the latest, that Aspen Elementary School at least will have the bipolar ionization, which is an aggressive, proactive sanitization of the air quality fixed. So I did want to, I've been trying to pay attention while Tennessee chats.
And Dave, I would love to see the information that Chris gets back from the survey from the teachers, so that we can do whatever we can to help rally support around things that need to continue to improve, and anything we can do with the community or whatever to get whatever resources are needed to continue to move this thing forward.
All right. Are we ready to move to our next agenda item? Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. And we're going to continue to work on it and continue to, look for some solutions here. We'll move on to 7.1. Let's see here. Do we have anything for GP8E that we need to change or approve, Eliza?
No, we're all set. Just a note that we are moving forward to the 4 o'clock meetings.
Okay.
Definitely right now.
Okay. So then 7.2, we have a administrative policy around the school year and school calendar and instructional time, which I believe is revised to accommodate COVID issues in the 2021 school year. Dave, do you want to kind of explain that to us?
Theron has been working extremely closely on this, so I'm going to throw this one over to Theron.
Great.
Good evening, everyone. How are we doing? It's been a very long night, and I know that this is a tough topic, and I just like to echo what everybody else has said. It's been a great conversation about this. Definitely something to take in. Definitely will carry to the middle school tomorrow when we have our conversation there. Appreciate everybody. I know that's something we can do it if we all put our heads in the room and get it done. So I think it can be done. So I just want to say a few things about this, and part of that effort is trying to figure out how we can change our timing to accommodate the online learning. As you know, there are certain mandatory rules that we have to have for hours requirements to be in session. In last year, we were given a COVID exemption for the last quarter of school. However, this year, there are some rules around that change. And one of the big pieces that need to occur is a change in board policy as to what is accepted as education. So in essence, if you take a look at the second page of the document and you go through that bulleted list, those are really the changes that are going to be occurring and things that can be considered instruction. Those being presence during in-person instruction and passing periods in in-person classes, working on assignments completed at home or designed to be completed remotely, logging into online learning platform, signing an online form attesting to work completed at home, presence in live video conference classes, signing into a course and opening assignment in an online learning platform, student demonstrations of learning, responding to teacher emails or communications, and attesting the student participation in a parent portal. All of those things can now be utilized as formal instruction for accounting purposes. And so this is what this is doing, just opening that up. So if, for example, we have the elementary school in-person learning for 2 days, those other 3 days where we're taking roll for them to do that in a asynchronous manner, that would also count as schooling for 5 days. So that's why this particular work would be important. Doesn't mean that it's going to be like that for the year. The state is definitely making the exemption, saying that we have the flexibility to move from this to online platforms to back-end school learning, and they're going to support us through that flexibility. They just want to make sure that our attendance and calendar language matches those aims. So that's what you have in front of you. You can take a look at it, see if you have questions about it, and I'd be very willing to answer any of them.
So we got this like a half an hour before the board meeting, so it's hard to digest. And I realize that it's something that needs to happen quickly. But what's really hard is the first part in black, if I'm correct, is our old policy, and the red is the new. Is that correct?
Right, that's correct.
Okay, so it'd be really helpful to have seen a markup of what's changing, opposed to two separate things and trying to compare it during a meeting. It's really kind of hard.
Okay.
But this was us modifying the policy, or were we given this from someone?
This was given to us by Dick.
So Dick has created, that's our attorney, has created this for districts like us to change.
Correct. This is a CASB.
Katie, yeah, but the way I understood it is that like basically everything in red is new. It's like an amendment. So it's like another section. So because up at the beginning, it says except as provided below for the 2021 school year. This was our previous definition. And then this year, due to the pandemic, this is the definition that we're using.
That is correct, Jonathan.
So how can we go from passing time between classes not counting as instructional to that now counting as instructional? I mean, that seems a little sketchy to me.
So here's the things that I was told when I called and tried to get this. This is my first year doing count, and it's the most complicated count that's ever been created in the history of Colorado count timing law for that. So just to know, it's a definite monster to wade through. A couple of things happened. If you have a model where you are doing a remote learning, you can actually use your in-person bell schedule from the previous year for the count period for this year. If you have an in-person model, like we started with the elementary school, that's the group that will be beholden, and the preschool. Those are the two groups that will be beholden to the count because it's an actual in-person learning model. And so those are the hours that we have to count for that group. So we have to account for all the different ways learning could be administered for those days when students aren't in school. And so that's the rationale behind keeping those in place. It's a CASB rule. We talked to Rebecca McCree from the Colorado Department of Education, who's in charge of all of the counting. This is pretty standard fare for everybody. They said you have to have in place a board policy around what they would consider some sort of educational process. And these are the things that we have come up with that pretty much encompass all the things that can occur in an asynchronous learning environment.
So with this, do our 3 instructional plans give us enough hours to work for this new policy?
So for the October count, we're in great shape. We have approximately, we have to come up with 360 hours that need to be accounted for in the first semester of instruction for all 3 schools. And when we looked at that, we're there. But remember, when you're doing the October count, that's only a student that would be in class for, typically 5 out of the 7 periods of the day. So that's how that kind of is done. The big count that's going to be one that we have to do a lot more thorough calculation for is the 1080 hours for the high school, or the 968 hours for the elementary school that have to be for the entire school year. So there's 2 separate counts that occur from CDE, and we're in good shape for the October one, but we have to be able to count the asynchronous learning time for the October count for both the preschool and the elementary school. We can use last year's schedule for the high school and for the middle school.
Wow.
I know it's a lot.
Well, I mean, here's my problem. I want our school to be fully funded. I think some of this is kind of not cool. And I just think that, but this is what school districts are doing to get around, the fact that they're not really truly going to have enough hours. I think I just.
It's an acknowledgement of set, some facts, and I don't think that it's necessarily negative. In fact, I know it's not. It's an acknowledgement of the extraordinary extenuating circumstances we're dealing with, and I think this is a safe amendment that we can take on.
I don't want it to be an excuse to not provide a full years of instruction for this, and that's where I'm struggling with it.
Yeah, so that's kind of just the tone and the philosophy of it. I don't
Right.
see-
I think one of the things that they stressed,
Yeah.
obviously the state, sorry, I'm sorry, Dwayne,
Okay,
talking
go ahead.
over you.
No, it's okay, good.
Just, they want us to have a good faith effort to make sure that we're making close to the same or the same amount of learning that occurred the previous year in in-person learning. And if we can do that with other ways of teaching, then it's acceptable. And that's basically the state's position on that. And so they'll give us good faith accounting with some of the hours and how we're interpreting our schedules and trying to get kids back to school with hybrid models.
And it
Otherwise,
doesn't mean.
we'll never make the year-long metrics, right?
Pardon me?
We would have a hard time getting full funding just by starting late and all this stuff. If we don't.
When
do
we
that.
have a chance to have an actual accounting after the count period, we look at the hours for the year. If we're short in the hours for the year, we have a chance to make those up either through, lengthening the day by a certain amount of hours, maybe changing up how we do our parent-teacher conferences. There's a lot of ways in which those days can be made up. But before we do that, let's see where we are with the count, and the state will give us the permission to do whatever that. In addition to that, you can also apply for a waiver at the end of the year if you don't make hours, and you have to give them the explanation as to why. Although I think we're in very comfortable shape to make our hours this year with the way that we're completing our schedules.
And Katie, it doesn't, just because we pass this doesn't mean that we can't, as a board, say, we want to put these other things in place that are assuring that our students are learning, or they're spending enough time learning, or whatever. I don't think that would, preclude any direction that we would want to give otherwise.
Okay.
And I think another important point is that we're talking about right here, right now, and we don't know what the rest of this year is going to bring. So this allows the district to be very, very flexible around instruction. And I think that's an important point to keep us in compliance with the state, but also, if part of the core mission of the school board is instruction. So you can definitely guide us and, challenge us in the other domain around hours, around time. And in fact, it's on the agenda for a cabinet meeting tomorrow morning to discuss this very conversation. This is mostly a compliance effort, and, again, recommended by the district solicitor.
And just one more question to be clear. The black text stays and the red is an addendum just for this year, and
That is correct. That is correct. We'd have to redo it again next year. Right, correct.
Okay.
And we're doing this, again, like Dave said, this is completely at Dick's advisement. I think this is pretty standard policy change across the state with CASB.
Go CASB.
Okay, any other clarifying questions? I'll take a motion to pass this administrative policy as presented.
I motion to pass the administrative policy as presented.
Seconded.
Second.
Okay. Do a quick roll call. Katie Frisch.
Aye.
Susan Marolt.
Aye.
Jonathan Nickel.
Aye.
And Dwayne Romero.
Aye. I'll also make a motion to approve the consent action items as presented in the agenda this evening.
I'll
A
second.
second?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll do a quick roll call. Katie Frisch,
Aye.
Susan Marolt,
Aye.
Jonathan Nickel,
Aye.
and Dwayne Romero.
Aye.
Thank you.
Future meeting agenda or future meeting session topics. Wow. Any changes or additions here?
I think just to make sure that this is our plan, I guess our plan to go back to school, but once we're back in school, our plan needs to be reviewed at every meeting, I would say.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
make sure that that's on the agenda.
Yeah.
And maybe add that kind of ongoing, or what I had requested from Chris, just to make sure that we're, you know, like at the elementary school, that we're continuing to work the outstanding issues and
Yeah, evaluating how we're doing along the way.
evaluating and making
Yep.
sure you know, that we have the metrics that are keeping people safe, and that we're making sure, you know,
Addressing
kind of
things
what's
that-
that dashboard that, you know, like everybody's got the PPE they need. There's a lot of comments have been coming about, you know, getting more break time to the people who are teaching. How are we meeting that bullet, you know, list of needs? How are we doing on getting things moving forward and continuing to improve for everybody?
So, Eliza, did you get that sort of in general? That'll do. All right. Debrief. Katie, it is your turn to debrief the meeting.
Oh, cool. I'm not going to be as quick as Dwayne is, because he's got like this like down when he does it. But
he does.
So first of all, again, I just wanted to, you know, express thanks to everyone, the teachers and administrators, especially, for all the hard work that went into getting us where we are today, as well as all of the comments and concerns and efforts around that, as well as the community members at large who stuck it out. I think we heard a lot. We've heard a lot before this meeting. We've heard a lot during this meeting. And I'm confident that we are moving forward down a path that will be a good path for the kids. So, and the best path for the kids. So again, another thank you, shout out to everybody. And I think that was basically what most of our meeting was. So thank you all for sticking in there. And, you know, you can't say, I guess you can't say thank you enough, because it never sounds like you've said it enough. So I'm going to say it one more time. Thank you to everyone for all your hard work and the intention of doing what's best for the kids all the time. We appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Katie. Our next board meeting is October 5th at 4 p.m. I will now take a motion to adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for all the comments and participation. It's taking all of us, and we're working hard, and we're gonna get this.
So
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
all in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Thank
Thanks,
you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a
Have a nice
safe
evening.